A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for finals night in week 6 at the MODUS Super Series. And what a lineup we have for you. A Super 6 here at the Super Series will battle it out for a place at Champions League. Matthew Edgar has been watching all of the action in the commentary box this week, and we'll begin by reviewing what we have seen so far at the live lounge. It began on Monday morning with the beginning of Group A, and it was the Canadian Jim Long who turned out to be the victor in the end, doing so on 20 points and just pipping Fallon Sherrock to the post.
Doing it on leg difference as well, which has kind of been the story of this week so far. And everyone's been so evenly matched, which is what we kind of expected when we saw the lineup, when we saw the 12 players that was going to be joining us here. But Jim Long was very consistent. And I feel, in a way, he kind of feels a bit shortchanged, actually, by just getting those 20 points. He's played really well across the whole week. Stats-wise, averages-wise, he has been the man to beat.
Well, going into the final few rounds of fixtures, it was a 3-horse race to decide who was going to go through. Fallon Sherrock and Barry Vampire in the race right up until the very line. But it was inspired moments from Jim Long which saw him get over the line and win that Group A. Moments a bit like this 1-6-1 against Von Meulenkamp.
Well, it's not just that 1-6-1, it was a 1-6-1 as well to start the week. He chipped off with a 1-6-1 and a 12-dart finish to set his tone out for what he was going to do here this week. He did come here on some very good form. He came here on the back of winning a seniors event just last weekend, but also on the back of going to Madison Square Garden, where he beat Michael Smith, and then had a good game with Michael van Gerwen as well in front of a big crowd. Really good sort of setting. He's moving in the right direction, and he's actually quite high at the moment on that CDC Order of Merit, so we could see him, if he can continue this form and move this back over when he's playing in Canada and America, we may see him at the World Championship come to the end of the year.
Well, Jim Long was our winner in Group A. Then Thursday and Friday, we divvied up into both Groups B and C. We can begin by having a look at Group B. This was our centre of attention on Thursday and Friday night, respectively. And we've said it so many times that Group B never fails to deliver in drama. But this week, I think there was probably more drama in that group than we've ever had.
Well, let's start by looking at the bottom of the table. Lee Budgeon, he's missed out by 2 points and it's legs. He played that very last game. He played against Fallon Sherrock, who won the group. Lee Budgeon, you'll see there, finished bottom of the table. If he was to actually have won that last match, he would have finished top of the table. That was Lee Budgeon's only destiny. He finished bottom or he finished top. I've never seen anything like that before, and we was very, very close to seeing the situation where we had all 8 players finish on 8 points.
As for Sean McDonald, he began the second night top of the table. He failed to qualify.
And again, nothing surprises me with this week, and that was a really good sort of group, a very competitive group all the way through. The table suggests that anyway. There's no more words needed. We've just seen the table, and that sort of explained everything there. But Sean McDonald, he got 6 points, and he maybe would have thought it was job done. Certainly, if I came in here on 6 points, would be thinking pretty much job done. He started slow, and when it's a group like that comes down to the legs, you start getting some heavy defeats like he had with the 4-1 defeat. You've got to claw that back, and he wasn't able to.
It was a Group 1 in the end by Fallon Sherrock, and what a week it has been for the Queen of the Palace, awarded an MBE in the King's Birthday Honours list last night, and she almost dazzled us to a 9-dart finish in Group B. We can have a look at the attempt. This was against Barry Vampire, was 3-0 up. She did it on the Challenge Tour earlier on this year and nearly made that history by becoming the first female player to hit one in front of the cameras.
And what a place to do it as well that would have been. She did actually ironically take out a 1-4-1 as well later on in the day, but she went 7 deep, and I think was all willing it on. Even her opponent there, Barry Vampire, sort of at the back of the stage having a smile and sort of cheering along with that sort of situation. Really, really good attempt, but she's got another chance to do it tonight.
Most certainly. So that was Group B. That's where 3 of our players went through. The final couple of spots were sealed courtesy of Group C. That was our centre of attention on Thursday and Friday afternoon. And it was Alex Small and Jamie Kelling who got over the line. The 2 that were top of the table going into the final day of the session went through. But that's not really half of the story as far as Group C was concerned on Friday, was it?
There were so many stories actually in this group. We spoke a lot about Von Meulenkamp, someone who's been doing very, very well on the PDC Challenge Tour, currently 6th in the Order of Merit at the moment. But then we also look at him just coming off the tour after being on it for so long. So it's quite a rarity to see him here. And will we see him again? We'll probably see him maybe again later this year, but he's a player I expect to go back and get his PDC Tour card, whether that's through the Challenge Tour Order of Merit or going back to Q School and getting it from there. So we've got to enjoy him while he's here, but it was a disappointing week. He'll be very disappointed not to get through. We saw Joey Tenberg, someone we've not seen since 2016. Really enjoyed watching him play his darts and seeing his journey and how he sort of grew into the week. Really entertaining, and I do hope we see him again, but I do fear that with Joey, he doesn't have that desire to get back on the international circuit again, but we may see him here again, certainly in a Group B or C.
Well, it was a group defined by the smallest and finest of margins, and maybe what tipped it over the edge and over the line for Alex Small was this 150. This was against Joey Tenberg to win the match when there was rivals really coming up over his shoulder.
Well, it was 3-all at the time. Joey Tenberg was on a 120. That was one of the features of Joey Tenberg's week, being able to take out those big clutch finishes with one dart in hand. And you wouldn't think that a 150 is one of those sort of shots that go in that time. So it tells us a lot about Alex Small. We know a lot about him anyway, on the back of winning the Champion of Champions. That is such a big title to win. When you look at the Roll of Honour there, Gerwyn Price, Johnny Clayton, Ryan Searle. These players win that event and then move on to good things. Jim Williams won this, and now he's moving on to good things. It's sort of an event that the player always goes and produces, and I think Alex Small will go down that road as well.
Well, that is how these 6 finalists got here. This is the lineup for the finals in week 6 here at the Super Series. We've got an eclectic mix pretty much of everything. You've got Jim Long, one of the best players in the CDC, Fallon Sherrock, MBE now, of course, one of the best female players in the world, Barry Van Peer, who a lot of people are arguing is the best player about a tour card right now. And then you've got the likes of Jamie Kelling, who pretty much knows everything about this format.
He's been successful in this format as well, hasn't he? And that's something that I see when I look at that graphic and I'm looking at what we're going to see tonight. The thing that stands out is he's the only player in there who's actually won a week. Now, that will have some significance to it, and it's going to be one of those sort of nights tonight where experience could really play its key. We've got people in there with big experience. We spoke about Jim Long, what he's done recently. We know what Fallon Sherrock's done at the Alexandra Palace and around the world on the World Series. But this stage feels different.
So that is the 6 players that are going to play this evening. Let's see how the bracket turns out for tonight's action, because the players are going to be split into 2 pools of 3. They'll play 2 pool matches before then the top 2 going through to the semi-final knockouts. Now, immediately, I suppose, the attention gets drawn to Group 2 when you look at Barry Van Peer, Fallon Sherrock, who, of course, have had battles all week in Group A and B, respectively, and, of course, the very good, the very fast-paced Alex Small.
Yeah, it'll be a really entertaining group. But again, when we look at both groups, I think they're going to be interesting, and they're going to have their all sort of stories and reasons as to why they're going to be interesting groups. I think the first group, Jim Long, I can't see him not getting through that. And I think it's going to come down to who goes through with Jim Long. But that first group, well, the second group, should I say, Alex Small, very pacey, enjoyable to watch, and I'm going to make some predictions tonight. I'm just waiting for you to ask me for them.
I'll ask you for them in just a second, because first off, we're going to see what the bookmakers make of tonight's proceedings before play gets underway. Jim Long, the 5-2 favourite with the odds compilers. Is there anything that you look at on your screen that you think possibly could represent a little bit of value?
The top 2 for me. It's all about the top 2. Barry Van Peer, we know what he's capable of. The man's top of the Challenge Tour. He's going to get his tour card back. Enjoy him while he's here, because he's going to go to the World Championship and he's going to go back on the PDC Tour next year. That's pretty much all sealed and done, even though we're only in June. That's how good he has been this year. But for me, it's been the same for me all week. I'm staying with it. However, I did speak this morning to one of our colleagues, Glenn Durrant. And Glenn Durrant told me, he says, I think Jim Long's going to win. And we know what Glenn Durrant's predictions are like. They're not very good. So now I'm a little bit worried for that reason.
Never back does as tits. But let's see what the bet builder says about tonight's proceedings. This is a mix of a few bets that have been coming through the bookmaker lines over the last few hours or so. This is a 4.93 to 1 treble tonight, Matt. What's your thoughts on what some of our punters at home have selected?
I think they found some good value here, actually. When you look at the match number 2, Taylor just to hit a 180 in the game at 4-6, I think it's a great price. Playing against Jamie Kelling, I don't see either player there taking a 4-0 or a 4-1. That's going to have legs. So you're going to have plenty of opportunity in which to get there. The only one I'm not too keen on is the Fallon Sherrock on the handicap against Alex Small. I think the price of that's a little bit small. No pun intended. When you look at the players are probably very level in terms of what they can produce. I think it's okay, but I wouldn't be taking it as the treble.
And just quickly, you said you got a prediction for tonight. Go on, what is it?
I'm going to go for Jim Long to take Group 1 and Berry Van Peer to take Group 2.
So those are thoughts of prime time Matthew Edgar. The action is about to get underway here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for week 6 at the MODUS Super Series. We kick off with the Canadian Jim Long, who has had a roller coaster couple of weeks in Madison Square Gardens, winning a seniors event in Newbury, and he has now made his way to finals night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's going to be taking on Jamie Kelling in our opening fixture of the session, and earlier on this evening I caught up with him to gauge his thoughts ahead of tonight. Jim, welcome to finals night here at the Super Series. How you found your debut?
It's been amazing. I expected to play all 5 days, but a couple days off was nice to go do some sightseeing, and having played the senior tournament last weekend, it's nice to have a couple days off before tonight.
You must be enjoying darts at the minute. The last few weeks have been very fruitful, and here on finals night.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of fixed my throw a little bit, and I'm feeling confident and maybe less like a fan, because I'm a huge darts fan, and I'm feeling maybe a little less like a fan now and more like a fit in. So
you said you've watched a lot of this in the past when you spoke to me on Wednesday. What was it like when you walked through that door first thing on Monday morning?
Yeah, it's kind of surreal. You know, for me, like I said, I watch all the darts I can at home, and so it was very cool to see. And I was watching it before you were in this venue. So yeah, it's very cool, and you know, knowing you're coming anyways, it's something. But yeah.
And now to finals night. What's your expectations for this evening?
I'm just hoping that I carry on my form from earlier in the week. I know everybody here is a fantastic shot, you know, so I don't have like expectations to win or anything. I just want to play well and do my best and see how it folds.
Well, we're looking forward to watching you play, Jim. All the very best.
Thank you.
And so, on the sunny south coast, the heat of battle is about to commence. We kick off with Jim Long up against Jamie Kelling. It's our first match in Group 1. Matthew Edgar has made his way over to the commentary box to describe all of the action in the company of Chris Murphy. Evening, Chris.
Evening, Henry. Evening, everybody. And welcome along to another finals night here at the Super Series. Jim Long, as he's just described himself, has been waiting but a short while to get back on the stage after winning Group A on Wednesday. The Canadian ace, nicknamed the Gentleman, former participant at the PDC World Championship and recent winner on the World Seniors Tour as well, takes on the rather junior Jamie Kelling, 33 from Andover here in Hampshire.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first.
And he came through Group C yesterday. Charlie Corsafine, the referee for the evening. And alongside me, Matthew Edgar. And your pick is first out of the traps, Matt.
Start with a man who's top of the table on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday for Group A, but also the man who's top of the table in terms of all the stats this week. He has been mightily impressive as Jim Long, and not just here, but mightily impressive for the last sort of 2 weeks. He's said he feels like he belongs all of a sudden. I'm sure you belong in the world of darts after you beat the world #1 and world champion on that stage in New York.
That was a real magical moment for Jim Long. Also, as mentioned at the start of this match,
45.
appeared at the Ali Pali. That was back in 2019. Actually beat Mickey Mansell in the opening round, although Mickey didn't really play to the best of his ability in that one.
125.
Losing out to Benito van der Pas in the second.
He has been putting the miles in
100.
over the last couple of weeks. It'll be interesting to see where his year goes off the back of here. Well, we might know where it'll be going in a few weeks' time, because he might be coming back over here for Champions Week if he can navigate his way through to the
100.
weekly title here on week 6.
And the field, of course, will be half full. 12 weeks of qualifying before
96. Jimmy required
that big
116.
Champions Week finale. Jim Long looking for a treble 19. Doesn't manage it, but it's a big
56.
out shot.
Jamie required 160.
I'm not sure I can call it a long shot. People might get confused. But the shot's on. Oh, Oh, unlucky. Brushed off the barrel.
140.
It was a really good effort, that one. You
Jimmy
could just see the
requires
slight
60.
deflection. I think it was on course. Bit of material in the way there for Jamie Kelling. But it's 2 darts at top for Jim Long.
Game
This is
shot on the
something we
first
haven't
leg.
really spoken
Jim
about this
Long.
week. How good Jim Long's finishing is. I was crunching the numbers today, and I don't know.
Second leg,
how
it's
this
Jamie
has
to
slipped
throw
by.
first.
I mean, I was
Game
saying
on.
on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday when he was qualifying for this position that his finishing was good, but I didn't realise just how good. Check this out. 107 darts thrown at a
85.
double, conversion rate 53. That, in terms of a percentage, over 3 days of action, playing 15 matches, is a 49.53.
60.
Very, very impressive stuff, and not just here at the Super Series, on any stage, anywhere in the world, in any game of darts.
And he's only adding to that here, going out with the
41.
first start on tops. That's what makes him, I think, so dangerous, and he just doesn't seem to get flustered. The only way you're going to beat Jim Long is with some real quality.
You know, the man alongside
60.
me, Matthew Edgar, has been tipping Jim Long all week long. And the other player in this group is Scott Taylor. Anyone who watched on Thursday and
49.
Friday will know that it's fair to say that he had his fair share of luck in qualifying for finals night. Do you think Jim Long's actually been given a very winnable group here?
Well,
140.
let's just look at the facts to begin with in this one. So Jim Long's average for the week, 91.5. But the interesting thing for me with Jim Long is his lowest average of the week out of all his
140.
15 matches so far has been an 83.98, so near enough an 84. That's the lowest he's done in 15 matches.
180.
That is the average of his opponents. Either that or less.
And he hits the first 180 at finals night.
60.
Leave himself
Jimmy
on a
requires 61.
2-darter for a breaker throw. So double top.
Game shot on the
goes.
second leg. Jim Long.
It looks like Jim is here for a good time and a long time tonight. Perfect start
Third leg,
for him
it's Jim
so
to
far.
throw
Jamie
first.
Kelling left
Game
with
on.
much to ponder. Of course, a former winner here at the Super Series. Last time he was here, he spoke in one of the interviews, didn't he, about a bit of sort of imposter syndrome.
135.
Didn't even tell his friends and family that he'd made it through to finals night. But having won it, he has brought a few of them with him this evening.
They are sat
84.
towards the back of the room. Saw him out there having a chat with them earlier on this evening before play commenced. Can be one of two ways having your family and friends there. It can be
97.
great for a little bit of support, but it can also just make you a little bit more edgy at times.
Well, maybe we're seeing the latter from Jamie Kelling at the moment.
27.
It is a unique atmosphere here at the
96.
MODUS Super Series, and if you ever fancy getting yourself along to a Saturday night, finals night, tickets available for free. Scan that QR code and get yourself into this,
42.
as I say, rather unique, intimate atmosphere, a different way of experiencing darts, but always with some top quality tungsten on that stage.
97.
Dartshop.tv is the website.
I don't know if you saw Jim Long there, but I actually like what I saw. Jamie Kelling missed
41.
and reacted
Jimmy
again in a
requires
negative
76.
way. Jim Long was just looking at him, and a smile like the Grinch just slowly appeared across his face.
Game shot on the
Silky
third leg.
smooth stuff this
Jim
from
Long.
Jim Long. And Kelling is in danger here of doing a disappearing act very early on.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw first.
We spoke about those incredible finishing stats of Jim Long. He's on for it again.
60.
Did this so many times on Group A campaign where the first 3 legs he'd go out first dart.
They're doing the best possible thing, Jim Long, in winning his first match. with the biggest possible
40.
score. And maybe it is the case. I mean, it's
45.
probably the way that you see it, Matt. But I wonder if there's played that the way that the players see it. That actually the important match in this group is Jamie Kelling against Scott Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jim Long is a cut above here. He certainly is in this one. He's
97.
massively ahead in the averages, which is reflected in the scoreline. 22-point difference between the two at the moment. And the way it's going,
95.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie Kelling's coming off this stage pretty soon, not even getting a dart at the double, because his scoring boots have been left at home.
Well, if you win your first match 4-0, you put yourself a
60.
single leg away from qualifying.
That is the formula, so I'm told. 2 points and a plus leg difference, and it's impossible to be
55.
caught.
It also means that the only way you couldn't go through would be a 9-dart shootout. Haven't had one of those for a while, but this is not looking like it will be needed
60.
the way Jim Long's playing. Reminder, we do alternate between the two groups in these round-robin stages on Saturday night. So Group
60.
2 gets underway after this with Fallon Sherrock meeting Berry Van Peer. Sorry, Fallon Sherrock MBE.
$133.
It's sat lovely there for Jamie Kelling, and that's unfortunate. When things aren't going right, things like that happen.
Gives it the sarcastic
80.
thumbs up.
Jim, you require 111.
But he'll have to be saying to himself, chin up, after this one, because Jim Long is just doing what he wants. He can still take this out. Treble 18 would leave the bullseye. Not to be.
So an opportunity here for Jamie Kelling, who's
require
yet to have a
106.
dart or a double in this match. He only needs one treble. But it would be a dart at the ball. He's not even going to get that. This has not been
42.
the settler he would have been hoping for.
Jim, you require 68.
Jim Long hasn't missed a dart at double in this game. 3 out of 3. He's going to get one more for a flawless finishing display.
Game,
In it
shots,
goes.
and
4
the
out
match,
of 4.
Jim
4-0.
Long.
And Jim Long is off the mark in the most emphatic fashion. Fabulous display from the Canadian, seeing off Kelling comprehensively. And there you see the difference, the gap between them. 20 points almost in the averages. That finishing is what slayed Kelling. Didn't even get a single dart at double himself. And Long picks up the best possible win in the first match of the evening. Coming next, Berry Van Peer will face Fallon Sherrock, MBE.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jim Long made short work of Jamie Kelling, winning by 4-0 to get his finals night campaign off to the perfect start. And I suppose it's a bit of a sliding door scenario as far as Group 1 is concerned, because Jim Long, with that 4-0 victory, means the worst case scenario for him is actually going to be a 9-dart shootout, because now his legs difference at the worst case can only get to 0. So a leg in his next match would be good enough. As for Jamie Kelling, well, he's going to have to win. He's going to have to win big later on against Scott Taylor. But we're going to pause Group 1 for now, and we're going to get the beginning of Group 2 underway. And we're going to see Fallon Sherrock, the Queen of the Palace, recently awarded an MBE in the King's Birthday Honours list. How she would like to round off what has been an already fantastic week with the trophy here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But the first opponent is perhaps as tough as it gets in the world of amateur darts. Barry Van Peer, top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He looks set for a debut at the World Championships, and he could well be set for a tour card as well come 2024. So two big players here at the Super Series going toe-to-toe as a heavyweight battle in the pool stages, and watching this one in the commentary box, Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, Fallon Sherrock has been causing quite a stir once again. A media sensation when she had that golden glory at the Ali Pali, becoming the first woman to beat a man in the PDC World Championship. Well, now it is Fallon Sherrock, MBE, having been awarded that honour for services to darts in the King's Birthday Honours list. The Queen of the Palace will go to Buckingham Palace. Barry Van Peer, the opponent, and quite rightly described as one of the best players, or maybe even the best player this year outside of the PDC Pro Tour, but hasn't really displayed that this week at the Super Series. Is in finals.
First
night,
leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
An example of that is the fact that Fallon Sherrock won this fixture 4-1 just last night in Group B.
I think sometimes, especially when you're having a season that Barry Van Peer's been having this year, it's
84.
just to get into this stage. I mean, every game has its own level of importance, but sometimes when you're playing 15 matches in a group, 8 matches, 10 matches,
140.
it's not about dominating them all and winning every single moment. It's about winning the moments that really matter the most, not winning the most moments.
58.
Tonight, it's the other way around. Tonight's about winning the most moments. And this is where Barry Van Peer throughout the year has really then started
60.
to produce. He's had some impressive performances and averages, none more so than when he rocked in 112.70 on the Challenge Tour.
140.
As for Fallon Sherrock, though, she did manage to... Well, she was playing in
42.
effectively a knockout match at the end of that balmy Group B. If anyone missed that, well, Lee Budgeon, going into the last match, could have only finished bottom or top of the
59.
table. That kind of sums it up. Fallon Sherrock had to win that match to get through to finals night, and she won it in style. 4-0 over Budgeon, producing arguably her best performance, at least of that group, if not of that week.
133. Fallon, you require 160.
I think best performance is the best way of putting that, because every time she needed something, she got it. She was always in control.
128.
Always just a step ahead
Barry,
of Lee Budgeon in that match.
126.
But fair play to Lee Budgeon. He came from nowhere to put himself in a position of actually winning the group.
Barry Van Peer, who ended up finishing third in that tight group, he's not going to get a go at the ball.
98.
So it's a chance for Fallon Sherrock to draw
32.
first blood in this first Group 2
Game shot on the first leg.
fixture.
Fallon Sherrock.
And she does exactly that.
Second leg, it's Barry to throw first. Game on.
Over to you, Barry. Can he follow suit and hold on to his throat? He is the second favourite for the evening.
115.
Been pretty much the favourite all the way through, but I think the way he has been playing and just giving out a couple too many opportunities
57.
is why everyone is moving across to the Jim Long boat.
135.
Yeah, absolutely right. Most people would have expected BVP to be the MVP.
100. 119.
Once again, caught the attention of the media fan and Sherrock with that announcement yesterday.
Very required 132.
What a day it was for her. Ended up finishing top of the group. Capping off a memorable
96.
day. I'm sure she's been part of a media storm again this morning. The one thing that I will say in that run at Ali Pali, it seemed like actually getting on the stage and playing darts was where she could
60.
get a bit of respite
Very
from the
required
frenzy.
36.
And it's where it's familiar as well.
Van Peer,
Game
this
shot on
feeling
the
is
second
familiar,
leg.
isn't it, this year?
Very Van Peer.
13 dart leg taken out on double 18 to level up this one.
Third leg, it's Fallon to throw first.
A strong start
Game
from
on.
Van Peer when you look at the stats in the game. I know only a couple of legs in, but his average is 104. However, Fallon Sherrock
137.
only has to play well on her own throat.
Just going back to that point you mentioned there about when she got on stage and it would have felt comfortable. You've got to remember that
100.
dart players aren't media trained. They're not used to being around TV broadcasts and productions. They're used to playing darts. And a lot of the time, the
41.
first time they go to, the first time they've been to an active studio or a live broadcast. And there's so much that goes on and so many different roles or people they've probably never even thought about interacting with when they
45.
come to play a game of darts, that actually when you get to the point of once you've done the walk, and even that can be a bit unfamiliar, but the second you toe that oche, everything's the same as you know.
60.
That's the bit you know. 7'9.25", that's not changed. The board's still round, it's still green and red, the numbers are in the same places. Everything when you get to that bit is familiar, and that's
90.
where I think people actually settle when they go on stage, rather than the perception of that's the nervy bit when you get on there. I think the nerves go once you actually get there and you're where you should be.
57.
Yeah, she has got this sort of reputation as
134.
ice cool Fallon Sherrock, but she's going to have to remain that here because Berry Van Peer is starting to turn up the heat. Now, he had 1-3-2 in the previous leg. Didn't go the bull route because Fallon
60.
wasn't on a
Very
finish.
required,
She is this time, but it will be interesting
132.
if he does because it's a big finish. Did attempt it. Sign of respect, you might say, to Fallon Sherrock. He thinks that she's more than capable.
92. Fallon, you
taking this
require
out.
146.
She might. It is, in fact, a finish she has already taken out this week. She took that out in Group A.
110.
Well, all she can do
Berry
this time is
required
leave it
40.
handy. But it won't matter if Berry breaks here. Did have a game last night where he could not hit a double for love nor money. He's 1 out of 1. He's missed. He misses again. And
No
Fallon
score.
Sherrock will get the opportunity.
Fallon, you
That was a
require
problem
36.
for Van Peer last night. When he had 3 in hand at doubles, he was missing a little bit too
Game
frequently.
shot on the third leg.
And Sherrock
Fallon Sherrock.
takes advantage. 2-1.
You could argue that all week he's just
Fourth
looked
leg, it's
a
Berry to
little
throw
bit
first.
rusty in a
Game
way
on.
that he's never been truly able to shake off that rust. And it was interesting when we actually managed to get a word with him, and we went and had a chat with Henry Deacon and spoke about his week. He
95.
says, I'm happy to be through, but I've by no means played my best darts yet. And one of the things he did mention is he did feel like he's a bit undercooked here. He said he's been moving house and he's had a couple of things
180.
going on in his personal life that have just sort of just distracted him a little bit. He hasn't been doing the preparation that he's been doing all year. And
140.
I wonder if some of that as well comes down to that success has just put him in a air of comfort once again, that maybe the goal was to get that tour card back.
96.
Well, we're all talking like he's got it already because it's going to take a miracle for him not to.
Well, he might start to feel a little less comfortable in this match as well because Fallon Sherrock
134.
opened this leg against a throw with a 180. But for the third leg in 4, Berry Van Peer finds himself on 132.
137. Very required
Law of averages that he'll
132.
take it out this time, isn't it? Maybe not.
Maybe next time we'll start with hitting the 25 or bull. But this is a big
100.
moment. Just 9
Fallon, you
darts
require
thrown here for Fallon
88.
Sherrock, and she's on a gettable finish, a 2-darter. going to be double 7.
74.
That could not have got any closer. If we took one of these
Very
sheets of paper, I don't think we could have got
32.
that between the dart and the wire.
Yeah, that was close, and the expression etched on Fallon's face suggests she knew it. Now she's hoping Berry does what he did in the previous leg and misses 3 clear at a double. There's one of her wishes. There is a second one granted.
Game
But the
shot on
genie
the
goes
fourth
back
leg.
in the bottle.
Berry Van Peer.
And Berry Van Peer levels up this match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Advantage still with Fallon. In fact, she's throwing first. A mini opportunity
99.
there. It was an attempt at a 12 darter. That's the thing, when you've got the throw, if you can go out in 15, your opponent's only going to get those 12 darts. And you saw
84.
how good that leg was from Fallon Sherrock. She had a 137 and a 180 in there just to get that opportunity against the 15 dart hold.
140. $77.
Fallon Sherrock looking for another maximum. Oh, look at that. Put that for a polo mint.
180.
Leading light of women's darts, of course, that award she got was for services to darts as a whole. I think that's something that gets forgotten
45. Fallon, you
sometimes, the
require
impact
82.
that she's had on this sport as a whole. 17 for tops.
Game
She's
shot
having
on
a
the
great
fifth
impact on this
leg.
match and on
Fallon
this finals
Sherrock.
night. That's a dozen darter from Fallon Sherrock to leave Berry Van Peer in a spot of bother.
Sixth leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
She had an attempt at the 12 darter in the last leg, so she's really up to game over these last couple of legs. She had to. Berry Van Peer was making his move,
134.
and he's certainly not going to lie down.
$59.
Needs to make a move, Berry Van Peer. Mentioned that Fallon Sherrock,
100.
big light in women's darts on the right of your screen there. Iselin Howen, that is Berry Van Peer's girlfriend. Great darts player in her own right. Actually, a former semi-finalist
140.
on the PDC Women's Series. She only played in 4 events. Norwegian talent on the Denmark Masters girls back in her youth days as
100.
well. Not a bad practice partner for Berry.
$92. Berry, you require
Some people's dream, that, isn't it?
167.
You get home, have a couple of games of darts with the missus.
Depends how good she is, I guess. Speaking about the women's
139.
series, it might not have been one as quickly as it has come if Fallon didn't achieve what she did. But this is a proper battle this between
134.
2 decent darts players,
Berry,
isn't
you
it?
require 28.
Well, we've been speaking about 12 darters and 12 as the number of darts thrown in most of these legs, and we're looking at this one again. 12 thrown to leave the double. But Fallon just tapping him on the shoulder, leaving that 76. Didn't want to come inside there. He's not got an opportunity.
score.
Fallon Sherrock,
Fallon, you require 76.
76. This is for the match.
Game,
And
shot,
the match is
and the
won
match,
by
Fallon
Fallon
Sherrock.
Sherrock. She beats Berry Van Peer 4-2 and gets her Saturday night off to a flying start. What a week this is turning out to be for her. 94.36 average. Berry played decent stuff as well, but the doubling let him down. 2 out of 9 for Van Peer. Fallon Sherrock 4 out of 7, including that 82 checkout, and she ended it on tops to get a 4-2 win and to get her Group 2 finals night campaign off to the best possible start. Coming next, it's back to Group 1. Jamie Kelling takes on Scott Taylor.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Kelling, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrock, has got her campaign for the night off to a perfect start and a high-quality affair against Berry Van Peer. She ran out a 4-2 victor against the Dutch, with both players averaging in the 90s. Fallon Sherrock, 94.5 average, 2 maximums and 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. Matthew Edgar's been watching the action down in the commentary box. He's alongside Chris Murphy there now. Matt, just your assessment of the opening performance there from Fallon.
Really, really good, actually. I thought Berry Van Peer really played well. It was an improved Berry Van Peer performance. He really kept her under pressure in that, but a couple of missed darts there for Berry Van Peer opened the door for Fallon Sherrock, and she didn't need it opening too wide. She burst through that door. Really, really good performance there. Most of the time in those legs, down after just 12 darts. That's good to hold the throw, and she's always going to be competitive to break.
Was that game almost a representative, Chris, of Berry's story of the week in terms of missed doubles?
Absolutely, yeah. Particularly last night, we saw him too many times go to the ball with 3 in hand at a double and not take his opportunity. We saw that on one occasion tonight. He was punished. And it just has been that little bit of rustiness. As he spoke to you about Henry last night, maybe just lost his way a little bit in terms of practice, stopped doing the things that he was doing to get him in the position he's in, and he might be paying the price at the end of this evening.
Well, gents, we'll let you get on with proceedings because Game 3 is about to get underway. It's going to see Jamie Kelling in action up against Scott Taylor. And as far as things are concerned for Jamie Kelling, well, it's as simple as this. He has to win to stand any chance of staying in the competition after losing out to Jim Long 4-0 in his opening match of the session. As for Scott Taylor, a win and he is into the semi-finals. That's even before we've seen Alex Small on the stage here at the Live Lounge team. So it's Game 3. It's a return to Group 1. And let's head back to the boys in the box.
Thanks, Henry. Yep. Focus on Jamie Kelling here because, as you say, if he loses, then Group 1 is done. It'll be this man, Scott Taylor, through with the game to spare. And so confident about his chances, he's just chucking the darts underarm. They wouldn't count, Scott. Jamie Kelling hoping to put the darting demons of that whitewash defeat to Jim Long behind him and take the tie to Taylor and keep his hopes alive. And you would think that a win here for Kelling, just to put it the positive side, Mr. Edgar, would probably be enough to get him through, because you're going to expect Jim Long to beat Scott Taylor on every single bit of evidence we've seen so far this week.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
On every bit of evidence we've seen so far this week, but one place we haven't seen that is in the future, where that game lies. And on these sort of finals nights, strange results
58.
and strange things happen. So, although I would agree that I believe Jim Long would win that game, we've also know Scott Taylor's got it in the locker, that he can dig out one of those big ton-plus averages at times. An average that's seen him win the week. He is the only player in the lineup tonight that has gone through.
60.
Yeah, he's also had the knack of
140.
Jumping on missed opportunities from his opponents, although sometimes he's had more missed opportunities in his favour than anybody
60.
else I've ever seen here at the Super Series, to be honest. We had a player miss 19 darts at double against him last night. Somebody else missed 15 darts at double against him the night before. Another
91.
one 16. Even you'd win games like that, wouldn't you, Matt?
Well, I'd get a chance at least anyway.
85. Scott, you require 170.
I think both these players would have walked into here today and when they saw the groups and they saw
96.
the fixtures, would have thought, I've got to win that match. Then the Jim Long game's a bit of a bonus. Whatever happens that one, fine. But beat
39.
the opponent.
Scott,
in
you require
this
74.
Scott Taylor's in the slightly better position. He looks at double 10 here. That's because his Jim Long game is second. Oh,
54.
that was in and out, but it shouldn't matter. And Jamie Kelling is cutting a very frustrated figure at the back of the stage here. It's spilled over, hasn't it, from the first match? And it could turn into a very short evening.
99. Scott, you require 20.
This is where Taylor likes to be.
Game shot on the first leg.
He gets there
Scott
in the end.
Taylor.
Well, no chance of Jamie Kelling at the moment missing bucket loads of darts at double.
Second leg, it's
against
Scott
Taylor.
to
He's
throw
looking out for a
first.
bit of inspiration.
Game
There you
on.
can see it. We said he's got a few friends and family in, but he's not happy with how things are going. He's now 5 legs into the evening and hasn't had a single dart at a double.
180.
And when you open with a 180 with the throw, you wouldn't fancy that it's going to be coming in this one either.
140.
What a great response there from Jamie Kelling.
A ripple of applause from the audience here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Kelling from not too far away in Andover.
96.
Go him have that look out to his entourage, trying to draw on their support, and maybe it's worked.
134.
Maybe the 180 from Taylor has sparked him into life. Frustratingly, the best leg that
140.
Kelling's had all evening is been superseded by that of his opponent.
57.
Just leave
Scott,
a
you
finish, but it's
require
the biggest one you
85.
can possibly hit on the dartboard, the 170. You might not get a shot. This
Game
is for
shot
an
on the
11 darter,
second
Scott
leg.
Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
When you're throwing an 11 darter with the darts, well, there's nothing you can do about that.
Third
other
leg,
than
it's Jamie
perfection.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really good stuff from Scott Taylor in this one.
43.
Kelling remains frustrated. Those checkout stats actually reflect not just
57.
the checkout stats for the match, but for the evening. Taylor's first match, Kelling second, still hasn't had a dart at a double.
57.
It's got to be said as well, not just well played here at the moment for Scott Taylor, but our winners so far tonight have been winning emphatically, with Jim
100.
Long winning 4-0 at the start of the night against Jamie Kelling. That was a very polished performance, 100% on his doubles, with Ensor Fallon Sherrock 4-2 against Berry Van Peer
100.
in, again, a standout performance. It's like people are bringing their A games tonight.
99.
Yeah, and that's off of the case here at the Super Series finals night. Will throw up better performances. Some just tend to thrive in front of a crowd.
57.
Sink or swim time on Saturday is at the Super Series. I think Jamie Kelling's now wondering whether or not he packed his armbands.
59.
Well, he's definitely sinking at the moment, and he'll be looking out for a bit of support, see if they'll throw him a rubber ring or a dinghy or something.
I've never seen him this animated. We were actually talking
60.
all throughout his Group C campaign. Out of all the 6 players, he looked the one that was the 3 Cs, cool, calm and collected. He's anything but tonight, and maybe that's why last time he was here
82.
and went on to win a finals night, he opted not to let his friends and family in the audience. We're just sort of
67.
supposing here, but it's the only
Scott, you
real different
require
factor for him, isn't it?
104.
His interview he gave after qualifying was one who was battling himself. And he's certainly battling himself here.
64.
In this one, but he's also battling a
Jamie require
very impressive Scott
170.
Taylor.
Will he get a dart at double? He won't unless Taylor
57.
squanders opportunities
Scott, you require
here.
40.
It's 3 at tops. And one more.
No
Can't
score.
find it. So Kelling for the first time
Jamie
tonight
requires 60.
should, barring an absolute disaster, get a go at a double.
He's been struggling with the height of darts, going high and low.
Game shot on the
Not
third
struggling
leg.
with that one on top.
Jamie Kelly.
He only needs one dart to register, and it's so ironic that all week so far we've been saying about people missing
Fourth leg, it's Scott to
opportunities
throw
against Scott
first.
Taylor.
Game on.
And then Scott Taylor returns the favour at a moment he was about to take the 3-0 lead and put himself
45.
one leg away, not just from this match, but from qualifying at this early stage.
You should have said to JB Kelling before tonight started, 7 legs into your night, you'll be 100% on the checkouts. He would probably think he's won his first match against Jim Long 4-3. Long was 4 out of 4 against him. And he's just hit his only attempt.
121.
Still has the feeling of a consolation, but maybe, just maybe, it can settle Kelling down.
97. $100.
This is something else about Scott Taylor that's looking better today, the grouping. When he's missing close. The last couple of nights he's been missing with quite a sizable amount of material
123.
between the treble and where his dart lands. Did I say that? Pops one over into the
79.
5. It was a deflection though, he hit the back of the dart. But Kelling's not
55.
completely out of this
Scott,
yet.
you require 156.
156 requires 2 trebles, there's 1. Oh, that's a great
160.
recovery there from Scott
Jamie
Taylor to
require
leave himself tops.
126.
Will the 100% keep going?
The bullseye will keep it going.
101. Scott, you
Again, he's
require
relying on
40.
Taylor misses. He got them in the previous leg. Will he get them again in this leg?
Game shot on the
No is
fourth
the
leg.
answer.
Scott
And
Taylor.
Taylor takes a step closer to qualification with a game to spare. And Jamie Kelling is now
Fifth leg, it's
tiptoeing
James to throw first. Game on.
tentatively across the tightrope here at the Super Series.
180.
Well, that's going to make him feel a lot better, but he's so aware and alert on the stage right now. As he was walking back, Scott Taylor approached the
134.
jockey to have the dart at tops, and he was already turning around to watch the board. He's so engaged with what is going on that stage. I'd say he's over-engaging.
60.
Well, Taylor knows how to turn it on for a finals night when he did get through, as Matt mentioned earlier.
55.
109 average in the final in week 4 of the previous series. Beat Andy Bolton, who was looking like the top dog that week. In fact, statistically,
80.
albeit only a week-long sample, still the best performer we've had here at the Super Series so far, Andy Bolton. Taylor took him apart in that final.
Well, I remember
59.
the week well, actually. I was watching it from home, and when I saw the lineup, my initial reaction was Andy Bolton. He's just so solid and consistent.
105.
Consistent at that high level.
140. Jamie requires 76.
To stay in it. This time he's just trying to compose himself. And
Game
it
shot
works
on
a
the
treat,
fifth
and we get a
leg.
little bit
Jamie
of
Kelly.
a roar, I would say, of relief there from Jamie Kelling. He's clinging on to the cliff edge.
Sixth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just look at the posture all of a sudden. The shoulders are back, the chin's up.
100.
It's like he's decided now's the time to fight.
Is
58.
it too late?
$28.
An opening here on the Taylor throw.
That's an ideal dart when he's playing well. The way the angle of the dart sits in the board, it just
140.
opens up the bed. A bit like a basketball hoop with a backboard.
Definitely cannot recall a time when I've seen this much animation from
96.
Jamie Kelling. Whether it's been the frustration, the flapping of the arms, or whether it's been the aggression, the fist pumps and the roaring after good scores. He's not
99.
always an animated Aerosmith, but tonight he's wearing his feelings on his face.
99.
140 here. He could be right back in this match.
122.
That is a great recovery and still gives him that sort of opportunity. Good thinking there as well to leave the 1-2-2 because he can utilise the bull and the 25, which gives him a real big
32.
target in the centre of the board.
Jamie require 82.
Yeah, 82. Well, he can go 20 bull now. Bullseye.
44. Scott, you require
Said he
146.
can go 20 bull because Scott Taylor's on such a big finish that maybe he could have thought about not doing.
58.
It would have been a risk and a gamble. We have
Jamie
seen
require
it used
38.
successfully. We've seen people get punished in the past.
I think some players might have thought about splitting with the second
No
dart
score.
there. Look, right in the way.
Scott, you require 88.
Maybe if he gets another chance, he'll split with the first. But will he get another chance? It's 18 for the bullseye.
Game,
Scott Taylor
shots, and the match.
to kill off Kelling
Scott Taylor.
and take himself through to the semi-finals at the Super Series once again. Kelling's late flurry was too late, and Scott Taylor completes a 4-2 success, putting himself in the final four and taking Jim Long with him ahead of their match in a couple of games' time. But before that, Berry Van Peer, he needs to find a win. He takes on Alex Small.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, we saw Scott Taylor get the better of Jamie Kelling by 4 legs to 2 to seal his place into the semi-finals here at the Super Series in Portsmouth. And we can get reaction now from Scott, who's downstairs with Chris.
Scott, congratulations through with a game to spare. That's a good start to the evening.
Yeah, definitely. I think Jamie just let me off a little bit there. I think he lost his head in the first game, but he's a great player, but he just needs to work on his mentality a little bit, but he'll get there.
Yeah, he was getting frustrated. When an opponent does that, can you feed off that a little bit?
I saw it straight away. As soon as he come out from the first game, I was like, I need to get this over with. And then when it went 3-2, I thought, oh no, I'm in trouble here. But I did it again. I started again, so I knew I had him really.
Your next match is against Jim Long. He won his first one 4-0. He's the favourite for tonight. But last time you were here, you beat the favourite in the final 4-0.
If you can write me off as you want. If I play well, I will win. So that's what I think anyway. But they're all great players, so they can all beat you. But if I play well, I will win.
And having this match as a group game when you both know you're through, it could be a sort of precursor to the final. So how do you approach it?
Well, it is what it is. It's a free run really, but we just got to relax now and prepare for the semis. It don't matter who we play in the semis either, because they're both strong. They're both going to be strong on the other side. So we'll see what happens, and hopefully I'll see him later. But if not, then hopefully I'm there and he's not.
Well done. We'll let you go and prepare.
Cheers, Bill.
So then that is Scott Taylor with an always open and honest appraisal about his performances there as he gets the better of Jamie Kelling and booking his spot into the semi-finals from 10 o'clock. He's still got one more game to play against Jim Long. That's going to be the final game of Group 1. But it's middle match time here in Group 2, and it's pretty similar territory for Barry Vampire that Jamie Kelling was in the previous match. Because he lost out to Fallon Sherrock in the first match of this particular group, he has to win to stay in the race and the competition. He comes up against Alex Small. Now, he's the reigning champion of champions, winning the event in Cardiff in the summer of last year. A win here, and he's through to the last 4 with a game to spare. Watching this one in the commentary box, Chris Murphy is going to make the race back to join Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. And it's eyes on Barry Vampire here. He's the man who needs to win this. Alex Small will have another opportunity later on with Fallon Sherrock to book his place through to the semi-final places, but Berry has already been on the stage tonight. It was not a successful journey for him. He went down 4-2 to the Queen of the Palace. Alex Small joins us for the first time this evening. He earned his place through his Group C campaign, where he really treated us to some big moments. A big 150 finish really was a defining moment when it was 3-all, so we know he can hold it together when he needs to. We know he can hit the big stuff, as Henry's just told us, winning that Champion of Champions
First
event.
gets Barry to throw first. Game
Joining
on.
the Roll of Honour with Gerwin Price, Johnny Clayton, Ryan Searle, Jim Williams, Paul Hogan, and now Alex Small.
Yeah, great achievement, great company to keep. He is a real speedster. If you've never been in play before.
81.
And he will release those darts in about 3 seconds flat, Alex Small. When you do get these really quick players,
46.
There's the inevitable conversation where some pundits will say, well, maybe if he just slowed down a little bit, it would improve his game. Are you in that camp, or do you think it's all about how you feel?
Yeah, not at all. I'm about enhancing the person that's there already. So what you've got to do is you've got to take what's there and add bits to it. I don't think you can go and then start taking bits away. It's like moulding clay, isn't it? And if you take bits away, it's going to affect other parts of it. The best thing to do is to put more clay on and build on top of it. So if he's comfortable and if his natural instincts is to throw at this sort of speed, okay, how can we make this better rather than change?
Well, just seen
47.
Him firing a
Very
rapid
required
maximum.
155.
Didn't get down to a finish. Vampire is on one, but it is an enormous one. Treble 20. Well, treble 19 first.
139. Alec required 112.
Bit of a rare plan to go that way. Very Vampire, but he has been doing some strange
38.
things, hasn't he? And it just makes me wonder if the second dart might have been heading for the 48 in his mind there.
I'm not even going to attempt to work out or guess the routes Barry Vampire might go for checkouts in this game.
Game shot on the
that
first
one's a little
leg.
bit simpler.
Barry
that was
Vampire.
just double 4. He wanted 8. We know what he needed there, and he delivered. It's a 1-0 lead to Vampire.
Second leg, it's Alec to throw first. Game on.
And the reason I say on the 155, it's 60, 57, 38. So usually you go for the 60 first.
83.
Treble 19 to double 19 in the same part of the board. But if he's starting on the treble 19, I'm not certain that he wouldn't have gone 48
80.
bull.
There's probably arguments for every
52.
single position to be in, but Fallon Sherrock, who won that opening game, she'll be sat now back in the back room. She knows she got the points on the board. Depending on this
58.
result, may need more, but depending on this result, that might have been enough because Barry Van Peer does go on to lose this. He can't get any points on the board.
100.
Alex Small winning this match wouldn't just qualify himself, he would also take Fallon with him.
Yeah, same scenario we've just seen. Talking to
50.
Scott Taylor there, he's gone through with Jim Long, and it also makes the next match intriguing, doesn't it? As Taylor said, he can see that
100.
being the final tonight, and they've got a little bit of a practice, a bit of a chance to get bragging rights, to get one up on that potential final opponent, and the same would count in that scenario.
59.
Barry's
96.
told us, we tried making guesses and we tried to work out why this Barry Van Peer, the version we're seeing here this week, isn't the version we saw last time, the version we've
58.
seen all
Alex
season.
requires 70.
Winning the Dutch Open and various Challenge Tour titles, 4 in total.
Game shot on the second leg. Alex
I
Small.
think he told us the answer, didn't he? He said he hasn't prepared the same. He's not been doing the things he was doing.
Third leg, it's Barry to throw first.
But
Game
with
on.
that, and coming into the venue a little bit undercooked, that's why I fancied him to get through this group. Because he's now played darts for the last 5 days. Not just the
96.
23 matches you would have seen, but the practice in between the games, an hour and a half preparation before the games even start.
59.
He's had plenty of reps.
$140.
I think it's less likely
60.
we do get the same scenario from the previous group in this one. Just feel that Berry, despite not being at the level he's been for most of this year, he's still here.
119.
He's still shown from match to match over the course of most sessions that he's got
100.
a decent game
Berry
in. Those
required
couple of bullseyes are an
146.
indication of that. 6 darts from here at least.
And it's key to remember we are judging Berry by Berry
94.
standards. We're not saying he's played terribly by any stretch of the imagination. Group A, the average 88.26. Group
100.
B,
Berry required
87.91.
52.
So he's been averaging about 88 for the week, which on some weeks is more than enough
Game
to
shot
win
on
the
the third
title.
leg. Barry Van Peer.
Well, the leg goes the way of the Dutchman, who came here in great form.
Fourth leg, it's Alex to throw first.
2-1
Game
lead. Decent doubling. That, for me, has been, from what I've seen this week, been here
62.
since Thursday, the big problem for Barry Van Peer.
The overall
57.
doubling stats of Barry Van Peer this week, 31.55. So just a little bit under par. That comes from
137.
48 successful hits in his Group A campaign from 141 attempts, 23 from his 84 attempts in Group B, totaling
82.
71 successful hits from his 225 darts thrown.
Yeah, so it has tailed off slightly as the
56.
week's gone on. And they'll be hoping to put it right for finals night. Just to recap what's happened so far.
52.
Jim Long with an opening win of 4-0. As good as through with that, really, at the time. But he is through now because Scott Taylor
100.
also beat Jamie Kelling. That was 4-2. So that pair go through ahead of their Group 1 game. Barry Van Peer losing his opener 4-2. Fallon Sherrock
125. Alex
more
required
in action
146.
for the first time tonight here.
60.
He could have left it handier. May only be a dart at the bull when he comes back. Van Peer will look to jump on this.
134.
Well, he's done
Alex
his part.
require 86.
Alex Small get himself out of the hole that he's just dug for himself, double 16. He thought that was in. And that might actually be a little bit awkward.
54.
See, he only had the bottom end of the bed.
Berry
Ended up hitting
required
the flight.
51.
And that big 1-3-4 from Berry Van Peer has earned him this opportunity. A single for double.
Double 18 is the
Game
choice.
shot on the fourth leg.
And Berry Van Peer is fighting back.
Fifth leg, it's Berry to throw first.
Having
Game on.
lost his first match 4-2. If he wins this leg, Berry Van Peer will be through.
180.
He starts it well by sending the 180 placards up into the air. He's been teasing as a 9-darter.
125.
He was in Group A twice. Got himself on the 9. Did end up with a 10-darter as well. So there has been flashes of brilliance.
85.
He's finding it here at the right time. He's motoring towards the finish line. He's left Alex Small way back on 3-4-4. And this is now all about Berry Van Peer. Berry Van Peer will need to make mistakes
111.
and multiple mistakes for Alex Small to get back into this one.
And it puts him in a perilous position.
79.
Could have gone for the balls out with the last start. Decided to set up instead. And he's come back very well tonight. Berry Van Peer's done exactly what he needed to do. He's 1 dart away
Berry required
from
32.
qualifying for the semi-finals.
Double 16. After just 12 darts thrown. Shuffles across to open it up. There's a lot of material in the way there. Goes right across to the right-hand side of the oche. And he's unable
Alex
to convert the opportunity.
160.
We said he's going to need to make mistakes and multiple of them. That was one. But the key word in that was multiple.
56.
He will get another opportunity.
Berry required 32.
So this, a real turnaround. Beaten 4-2 by Fallon Sherrock in his opener this evening.
Game,
but Berry
shot,
bounces back
and the match.
and
Berry
sees off Small with a big win, 4-1. So emphatic, in fact, that it is enough to secure his semi-final spot. Alex Small will have a whole lot of work to do if he's going to overturn an enormous leg deficit in beating Fallon Sherrock. That's what he needs to do in his final match. Scott Taylor and Jim Long are already through. Berry Van Peer has just joined them, and that pair will go head-to-head in a few moments' time.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Barry Van Peer has sealed his place into the Final Four here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. That is after a 4-1 success against Alex Small in our fourth game of the evening. We'll get the reaction of Matthew Edgar in just a second, but Barry is downstairs having a chat with Chris.
Barry, congratulations through to the semi-finals. First question is, had you worked it all out? Did you know you were through?
Absolutely not. I was literally thinking, finally won a game again, and it's been such a struggle these days. But you telling me I was through was quite a relief, actually, so we'll see from there.
Yeah, you've come into this week on really good form. Everyone knows how well you've done on the Challenge Tour this year. When you've had interviews and stuff, you've not been quite happy with your form, but here you are in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I don't know. I just keep getting it game by game, and I just have to see. I'm having a little bit of a struggle with my arm the last few days. So I'm actually happy to get through. It's a positive, and I have not even played that bad this evening, but I just have to get even better, and we'll see from there.
What was the mentality after losing that first game to Fallon Sherrock, knowing that you weren't really feeling comfortable with your arm? How did you dig out a performance good enough to get you through?
Well, I didn't really play that bad against Fallon. It's just that she just keeps playing really, really good against me, and it's super annoying. But we're having a lot of jokes about it this week with each other, so it's fun. But yeah, I was like, just have to win this game and then hope for Fallon to maybe win or have a good leg difference or anything. I wasn't really busy with the calculations. But mentally, I was like, just one win is normally a good option to get through, or a possibility. So just got it, and I was really happy.
2023 has been a year of winning for you, not just matches, but tournaments, starting with the Dutch Open, going on to the Challenge Tour. Do you think that is something that will help you going into the next game and hopefully for you the final tonight?
It definitely helps, of course. It's a lot of confidence you get from winning. But yeah, winning doesn't really secure your future, you know. So basically, this week I haven't really shown what I'm capable of, and I'm a little frustrated about that because last time I was there, I was actually playing a lot better. But we'll just see by game. I'm really good at preparing for one game each, normally like one day at a time. But I'll just prepare like always, and I'll just see what happens. If I win or lose, I'm happy to be in the semis this day. So,
well, we'll let you prepare. Well done and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Bear there chatting to Chris. Now, just take out the last excerpt of that interview where he said he's better preparing for these one-game scenarios at a time. Now he's into the semi-finals. Now it is knockout darts. This is a little bit more human for the players, isn't it? What they're used to in terms of tournament play. Can he now take that forward?
He's got nothing to hold back for. He's not got to plan the whole day. It's do or go home, basically, now. This is something everyone's used to in this sort of scenario, and I think he's going to play better in this situation. We see players over the past. Kevin Painter's the one that really comes to mind as somebody who, when you put him on stage for one game on one day, he really used to produce. And where he struggled was when you went on the floor events and you had to play 5-6 games a day, because the mind can't concentrate on something for that long. And you can just get that little bit of almost boredom at times, and it does affect the performance.
Do you still feel like he's trying to eke some of his best out? He's still not fully in tune, fully happy the way he's played this week?
I don't think he's been happy with the way he's played at all points. I've been talking about commentary and up here with yourself. Chris Murphy has. Phil Bars was earlier on in the week saying Barry Van Peer's not yet turned up. But the thing he has done is he keeps winning. He's now in the semi-finals, and there's going to be a point where we go, OK, maybe he doesn't need his A-star game. This is enough.
As the old saying goes, winning breeds winning. Well, we have had 4 winners so far this evening at the Super Series. This is what's happened so far tonight. It kicked off with Jim Long getting the better of Jamie Kelling by 4-0 in Group 1. Kelling proceeded to then be eliminated because Scott Taylor got the better of him by 4-2. It's a little bit more complicated, the water, as far as Group 2 is concerned, because Fallon Sherrock got the better of Bay Van Peer 4-2. Van Peer beat Alex Small 4-1. So what we know for sure is Bay Van Peer is into the semi-finals. Alex Small and Fallon Sherrock will decide who will go through elsewhere in Group 2. So our next game, as far as Group 1 is concerned, is to decide between Scott Taylor and Jim Long. We'll talk about that a little bit more in just a second, because we can now reveal the players that are going to be here next week. And there may be a recognisable commentary box face, not this commentary box face, that is going to be in the field for it, because Scott Mitchell, the 2015 BDO World Champion, is going to be a part of the Group C. But as far as Group A is concerned, we're going to see a Swiss World Cup star in Stefan Belmont there, Thomas Juhangs. Well, basically, we're just hoping that the Swiss players are going to be on a roll next week.
I think we've got an absolutely fantastic lineup here next week. When we look at things like the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, Sebastian Bielecki, Scott Mitchell, James Hurrell, 3 of the big performances on that Challenge Tour at the moment in terms of the averages. So really interested to see how they get on. I also like seeing these players coming through the ADC. We're going to see the debut here of Tommy Lichman, and it's going to be interesting to see how he comes and copes with this. We've seen him before on the Challenge Tour, and he's been playing bits, but hasn't really been seen too much since 2020 in terms of the PDC arena. Has embraced the ADC system, and he's going to come through, and it's going to be really exciting to see another new face.
Now, Andy Bolton, the X Factor, provided the X Factor last time he was here at the Super Series, and he came so close to qualification. And really, if it wasn't for Scott Taylor putting in one of the best final performances we've ever seen here, he would have been at Champions Week last time.
We was literally just talking about Andy Bolton on commentary, and I said that for me, Andy Bolton, when his name's on the roll, he's one of the first people you talk about. The eye draws to him, as does Owen Bates, a player that will be joining later on in the week, a player who's won here before as well. So really, really intriguing group. We've got Challenge Tour winners, we've got champions from various arenas in there, and I think that's going to be a real hard one to decide who's coming through.
That Group B and C, do you think the winner next week could come through there?
Normally I look at it and think it's going to come from a Group A or a Group B. They're the two that I normally look at and think they're possibilities. But actually that Group C, when we look at players like Scott Mitchell being in there, James Hurrell, we've seen him play very well when he's come down here. I think that Group C's got potential to be one of the hardest Group C's we've ever seen, because not all these players can go through Group A, and somebody's going to have a ropey Group A and drop in there as well. We could have a 4-runner field here for Group C. And
you look at that cast list of players, you look down it, it's winners in different shapes and forms. There's winners of events, as I say, the likes of Stefan Belmont, Thomas Juhangs, of course, Challenge Tour winners, winners in WDF system events out in Europe. Scott Mitchell, former world champion, Owen Bates has won, but done one on the Challenge Tour before. Everywhere you look, even Paul Hogan, there's people who know what it's like when it comes to that stage, and it comes to the moment where the trophy could be lifted. They know how to cross the line. A mixture of talent and a mixture of characters as well. I don't understand how this practice room's going to work. Normally you can look at it and you can pick out the characters, but we've got such a variable mix here. We've got people in there that are going to be headphone guys, in the fact that they're going to walk around with headphones on, not really speak to anybody. We've got 1 or 2 characters that are going to want to kind of dictate the room, but they're probably not going to get much of a bite out with the other people because they're just not going to be interested in that. I think it's going to be quite a quiet practice room. I don't see too much sort of back and forward with it, but there are going to be some characters in there next week that are going to try and dominate the game, not on the stage like you said, but in the practice room. Back to tonight then, Scott Taylor, Jim Long. Next up, final game of Group 1. Both players are through, but you've been in this situation on a Saturday night. How important is it to have that advantage going into the semi-final, having that throw, and also, in their case, going unbeaten, not having that losing record going into the semis?
It just helps that the unbeaten record, I don't think any of them are going to be too bothered about that. It's not something they'll come off and go, oh, no, I've lost my unbeaten record. I can't go and win it now. Yes, they can. You don't need to win all your matches on a night like this. You just need to win the important matches. But what this will do, this is like the world's biggest bullseye. The biggest bull-up you're ever going to see. It's a game of darts now to see who gets to throw first. And in this short format, you always want the advantage of throw. Any advantage, no matter how small it is, could be the key to getting through to the final.
So Matthew Eggers said it there. It's the world's biggest bullseye in Group 1. And so Jim Long up against Scott Taylor is going to round off the proceedings. Matt's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Chris Murphy. Hello, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Can't beat a bit of bully on a Saturday night here at the Super Series. And this pair, well, they don't have to worry about what they could have won. They'll be thinking about what they might well win after both have beaten Jamie Kelling to book their place in the semi-final. And as Scott Taylor was saying in our chat earlier on, this could be a little warm-up for what might be the final later tonight. Gentleman Jim Long, 55-year-old from Ontario in Canada, has been the best performer all week. So good, in fact, that he got a couple of days off with his feet up, watching the rest of them fight it out in that climatic finish to the Thursday and Friday groups. And he won his match 4-0 without missing a dart.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Taylor admittedly fed off that frustration that Jim Long had caused for Jamie Kelling and got the better of the Andover ace himself. And now looking to win the group.
93.
The position for the winner of this match. And of course, most of the time, we say even during the week that winning the group isn't really a massive advantage. But when it is an advantage, it's on finals night because
60.
it gives you the throw in the semi-finals.
I want to touch on what Scott Taylor said there in the interview.
98.
And it might be one of those, if the cat fits where, it might be something that the viewers at home could really relate to. When he mentioned about he saw what Jim Long did to his opponent and how he was
60.
negative in that, his whole game plan, his whole thought pattern was about his opponent's negativity. He then mentioned when he came back to him at 3-2, he thought, oh no, I'm in trouble here. That is because his attention and his focus was on an external factor he is not in control of. And when you're going into these matches, concentrate on the things you are in control of. Because if Jamie Kelling started playing well all of a sudden and started bouncing around the stage, he's going to become nervous because his whole thought pattern was about his opponent making mistakes.
What he did say on the other side of the coin, ahead of this one, is that if I play well, I'll beat Jim, didn't he? So that is the right way of thinking. And he has started off playing quite well.
Scott, you require 47.
12 darts thrown, 47 left. Tops the target. 10's the target.
37.
Still shouting rubbish as you throw the next dart is probably not going to fill you with confidence, but he does have 3 more darts at double.
140. Scott, you require 10. Game shot on the first leg.
He's beating
Scott
Jim Long,
Taylor.
which I also like that terminology. I did quite a bit of work with
Second leg, it's Jim to throw first.
He's kind of a friend
Game
of mine
on.
who is very, very hot on his sports psychology. He's now a football manager, managers in League One, so quite a high standard. And I remember having a conversation with him before I was going to go out onto a Euro tour, and I says, how are you feeling about this one? I said, it's okay, I've never lost to this guy. And he goes, stop. He said, you're already talking
58.
in a way that the loss has come into your mind. He says, you should say, I always beat him, because that's someone who's really positive. He said, you're trying to be positive with a negative mindset. Scott Taylor didn't do that in that situation. He only thought of the win.
It could have been forgiven for doing so, considering the emphatic
95.
nature of the Long performance in the first match of the night.
Yeah, there's nothing long about his performance in terms of the match or the time. It was wrapped up in 9 minutes 32 seconds.
So has lost a
100.
leg for the first time tonight here Jim Long. Got Taylor true to his word.
The thing about Jim Long, though,
140.
55 years old, with the amount of experience he's got on various stages around the world, is if he was to lose this game, he wouldn't panic. He never came in here thinking he was invincible. He came in here thinking he was
100.
good. And he has been good. He's been very good. But invincible is one thing he'll know that he's not, where I think sometimes with some of the younger players, if they was to lose a fixture like this, would almost see it as a
Jim, you require
negative for the rest of the
110.
night.
Mega treble 18.
86. Scott, you require 126.
Well, Jim Long hasn't missed a dart double yet tonight.
48.
It was 4 from 4
Jim, you require 24.
in that first match against Kelling.
No score.
But he's missed 3.
Scott, you require 78.
One double. Oh, it's the Scott Taylor effect. We forgot to factor that in. People miss against Taylor.
72.
Maybe it's the weight of the name
Jim, you
Taylor.
require 24.
Maybe Phil's done him a hand over all those years. Imagine that, Jim Long texting home. Saying,
Game shot on the
"I've just beat
second
Taylor."
leg. Jim Long.
I know that's what I'd certainly go with. I'd just go with the headline.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Did you ever play the Taylor in darts, the power?
I did. I had the privilege of doing so. I wish it would have been a little bit more.
140.
But I did have that honour.
I won't ask you the result. I think everybody can work that out for themselves.
No, I actually won.
Did you?
140.
Yeah.
We played 7, but you've got to focus on the positives, haven't you?
True, yeah, fair enough. Took a leg off Taylor.
58.
That's what Jim Long has done here, levelling up this match. Remember, this is just a shootout to see who tops the group. Both players through to the semi-finals. Same applies for
100.
Berry Van Peer in Group 2. Despite the fact he's actually sitting in second place in that group, Fallon Sherrock in first has her second game to play, and it is possible that she can be knocked out, though only needs 2 legs to qualify
43.
in her match against Alex Small, who will need to win either 4-1 or 4-0 to progress.
Yeah, the issue Alex
81.
Small's done is he's put himself into a position that a win's not enough. It has to be a win by certain score lines, which again brings its own individual pressures.
180.
Speaking of pressure, that's the capital P type. One can only match Taylor in terms of where he is in the leg.
Scott, you require 80.
He's very much a tops and tens man. There's a real penchant for this
Game
double.
shot on the third leg.
And he pins
Scott
it
Taylor.
to edge ahead of Jim Long.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
If this pair did end up meeting again in the final, we'll just sort of looking to the future for a while. What sort of impact mentally
100.
could being the victor or the loser in this match have?
When it's the losing side,
140.
and I'm talking about in the final, this fixture can sometimes make you a little bit bitter. Speaking from experience, I played Graham Usher in this fixture.
100.
Beat Graham Usher in this group phase in a match like this one. And then we both got through to the final, and he actually beat me in the final. And
55.
in my mind, as I was leaving the venue, I was thinking, but I'd already beat him earlier, then he's come back and beat me in the final.
Yeah, in most tournaments away from the Super Series,
95.
you beat someone, you knock them out, don't you? You don't have to play them again. Well, the way this has fallen, they could play again in a couple of games' time for them.
59.
One other little part when I was having a chat with Scott Taylor
43.
after his victory over Jamie Kelling. Don't know how well it came across for you at home, but in that room when I mentioned the 4-0 win in the final against Andy Bolton last time, his face really lit
97.
up. He does want to draw on that and sort of ride that wave of happy memories here at the MODUS Super Series.
I believe they are friends with each other as well. I believe they used to sit together on the Pro Tours.
131.
So
Scott,
his
you
face might have
require
lit up because maybe he thinks Andy
150.
Bolton's watching, and he liked the fact that you just reminded him of it. Double 15.
Game shot on the
What a
fourth leg.
fantastic finish there
Scott
from Scott
Taylor.
Taylor. He said, write me off at your peril. He said, if I play well, I win. I'm starting to believe him right
Fifth leg,
now.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Till that finish, his best finish was 119. It's the only time he's hit a finish over a ton so far this week.
83.
Been treated to many big outshots, including the biggest one, 170. Ron the Bomb hitting that in match number 2. But the very first leg
81.
of this week was won by Jim Long. It was a 12-darter, and he won that with a 161 finish.
Well, the Bolton boy, Scott Taylor,
134.
is holding the cards in this one. I mentioned that beating of Bolton. Of course, you've just discussed with Henry that Andy Bolton is playing next week.
54.
The X Factor was in very good form, apart from that demolition job by this man in the final. Posted the best stats we've seen so
57.
far.
$81.
Jamie Kelling has joined his friends and family in the audience. The eagle-eyed viewer may have spotted
140.
to the right of your screen there. Smile on his face now, a little bit different to the kind of expressions that he was portraying on the stage.
I think sometimes when you've just not
140.
performed, it's easy just to
Scott,
smile
you
and go,
require
it just didn't
87.
happen tonight.
Well, it's happening for Scott Taylor tonight. Although he's just said to Jim
47.
Long, I don't fancy
Jim,
you
you
to take
require
out the 145.
145.
Didn't go the bull route.
Dangerous tactic as well, because Jim Long's been taking these sort of shots out. Needs another treble. Will not find it. So he's got to set up. and hope that
93.
Scott Taylor's going
Scott,
to
you
do
require
what people have been
40.
doing with him.
Game, shots,
And that
and the match.
is exactly
Scott
what he does.
Taylor.
Taylor takes Jim Long apart in that one. A 4-1 success to top Group 1. And Bolton Scott Taylor, a weekly winner here at the Super Series before, is motoring on. He's getting better and better as finals night goes on. An average just shy of 95. A stunning 150 checkout. And a 4-1 thrashing of the man who was favourite before a dart was thrown this evening. He's still through. Taylor tops the group. Berry Van Peer also through. It will be Alex Small or Fallon Sherrock who fill the final spot in the last 4. That's coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Jim Long has joined me up here on the balcony. Commiseration in your last game, but the job that you came here to do to get through to the semi-finals, it's a job achieved.
Yeah. You know, it's nice to get into the knockout round now, and Scott played fantastic. The 150 was a real killer when I was sitting on 32. All hats off to him. He played fantastic.
As I say, into the semi-finals, it's a knockout tournament from here on in. From a player's perspective, will it feel a little bit more natural, because obviously that's what you play a lot more in tournament play?
Well, to be honest, in Canada we play a lot of round robin, but it's not intense round robin like this has been. So every game, I just feel like I just want to win. I just want to play my best, and so I don't know that it'll change now. Just want to do my best.
What's the reaction been from home over the last couple of days?
I get pretty swamped in messages, loads and loads of people watching, and obviously through the week it was a very early start for us in Canada, but yeah, like so many people are like, hey man, I'm tuning in today because it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Canada, right?
I was going to say, prime time out in Canada. And we were speaking earlier on this week, weren't we, about how much the word is spread about the Super Series. We've seen obviously what Jacob's done here. Now you're into that semi-final. Can you draw a little bit from the inspiration that Jacob has in the past?
You know what? Yeah, Jacob is such a sweet guy, and we've been buddies ever since he came on the tour kind of thing, and just a little bit before that. So, yeah, absolutely. If I could play as good as Jacob, I'd be some happy, I can tell you that.
Talking about happy, it just feels like you are enjoying every single minute of this.
Yeah, I'm so thankful for the opportunity to come play here, to play a bunch of British guys and guys from the Netherlands, and that I wouldn't get the chance to play if it wasn't for MODUS. So yeah, I'm soaking it up, and loving every minute of it, and having a great time.
Well, it's been great having you here. We're going to see you just after 10 o'clock in those semi-finals. We'll let you go and prepare. We've got one final group stage game to go before those semi-finals, and there is still a lot to decide as Fallon Sherrock takes on Alex Hall. Now, this is the scenario at hand. It's that whispery voice time so the players don't hear. So, Fallon Sherrock needs 2 legs to qualify through to the semi-finals. So, for Alex Moore, it's a 4-1 win or better, which is good enough for him to get into the final 4. As for Bay Vampire, well, he can have his feet up. He can relax for a couple of minutes because he is into the semi-finals alongside this man and Scott Taylor. So, Jim, we'll let you get on with your semi-final preparations. We're going to watch the drama unfold as Fallon Sherrock takes on Alex Small, as watched by Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar.
All right, and me.
Yeah, and Jim Long indeed. Thanks, Jim. I shouldn't usually say thanks, Henry, there, but thank you very much, Jim. Fallon Sherrock, as Henry rightly said, is on the brink of a place in the semi-finals. Alex Small needs to win big. The 24-year-old Welshman who's won big things before takes on the newly titled Fallon Sherrock MBE, who's done big things in this sport. But all she needs is a couple of legs, and she will be the final player in the final 4. You mentioned it during the previous match, had a little sort of talk about this one, Matthew, that Alex put himself in a position here where he can't just think about
gets Alex to throw first.
A win.
Game on.
He has to get a certain scoreline, 4-1 or 4-0 to be clear. But does he have to just think about a win?
140.
Or does he need to focus on exactly what he needs to do?
I don't think he'll think that deep into it, but one thing we know about Alex Small is he's a bit of an enigma.
135.
And he can really light it up pretty quick.
81. $56.
He has got the advantage of throw in this match as well, which is something that's going to help him out.
60.
$140 for Sherrock here would leave the big fish. 180 leaves the little fish.
180.
You know what Paul Nicholson loves, doesn't he? Those
121. Fallon, you require 130.
Needs a treble 20 to have a poke at the ball. But it's a 3-dart combination as well for Alex Small, despite being 31 points
99.
better in terms of numbers. He's going to need to find a treble or a couple of doubles. There's one.
Game
And
shot on
there's
the
the
first
other.
leg.
What a
Alex
start to this
Small.
match for Alex Small. That's a 15-dart leg, holder throw. He doesn't
Second
just
leg,
need
it's
to win,
Fallon
he
to
needs to
throw
win
first.
well.
Game on.
And he started off the perfect way.
And he started off particularly well because so has Fallon Sherrock. It's not like Alex Small is
180.
playing against nobody here. Playing against
57.
an A+ Fallon Sherrock at the moment. 2 maximums already in this match. What about her side of things, knowing she only needs 2 legs? That maybe is a little bit more precarious as a mentality, isn't it?
41.
It can be, yeah, because you know you don't need to win the match. The bar for you isn't going to 4. It's lowered. And with that, you'll then start overthinking certain situations. Like, I've got the throw here. Although, if she has been thinking she's got the throw here, she's using it very well.
85.
180,
Fallon, you require
140,
41.
140.
Double 16 for an 11-dart leg.
9.
Remember, Alex Small can only afford to lose 1 leg. It looks like this one is lost.
Take many
98.
mistakes here from
Fallon, you
Fallon
require
Sherrock. She's going to get
32.
6 darts from this point.
Game shot on the second leg.
Doesn't need any
Fallon
more than 2.
Sherrock.
That is the 1 leg that Alex Small is able to lose. That life has gone.
Third leg, it's Alex to throw first.
he's
Game on.
Playing a computer game, we got 1 extra life.
60.
Fallon, of course, if she
100.
wins this game, will win the group and will play in the second semi-final against
38.
Jim Long. Got Taylor, the winner of Group 1, the first to throw in the first semi-final.
100.
He's
59.
in big trouble. He has thrown 9 darts so far in this leg. He's yet to record a positive treble.
100.
Fallon Sherrock chipping away, landing the jabs, the scores of a ton. 1 treble a throw is more than enough.
58.
It's now 12 darts without a big landing treble for Alex Small. I said it was like a computer game where he's lost his extra life.
140.
It might be about to be game over.
Yeah, it's a strange game, isn't it? First to 4 as always, but really, this is the leg. And if Small manages to win it, then the next leg will be the leg.
Fallon,
and so
you require 61.
Sherrock can get it done here. Well, that's too good, Fallon. Too good. Double 4.
57.
That's not quite good enough.
Alex, you require 152.
She'd expect to be back 9 times out of 10. And she will be back.
100.
Good lead there for
Fallon,
Alex
you
Small. He
require
found a
4.
big treble at the right time. Just a little bit north of that one. That's 2 north. Right to the very north of the board.
No score.
They looked edgy.
Alex, you require 52.
Tells me she knows the scenario exactly. Double 18, the choice for Small. He's taken his time. He took his time over that treble. He's taken his time over
Game
this
shot on
double.
the third leg. Alex
Don't
Small.
see that often. Alex Small will almost apologetically taking that leg.
Fourth leg, it's
And
Fallon
still
to
keeping
throw
his
first.
hopes alive.
Game on.
Fallon needs 1 to qualify. Small needs 2 without reply to qualify.
140.
Just looking back at that leg, it took him 14 darts to hit his first treble in the leg.
100.
And Fallon Sherrock was on 61 when Alex Small was on 286. I said it would take a lot of mistakes. She made them. Alex Small didn't, and his hopes of qualifying are still well
81.
and truly alive.
He's still averaging nearly at the 100 mark, Fallon Sherrock. 3 legs, 3.5 legs
85.
into this match. 2 180s. Really good stuff from her, but she's trailing the game. And if she loses this leg, that's when
140.
suddenly Small becomes favourite for a place in the semi-finals. But again, she's put herself in a position.
Fallon, you require 140.
Where it's all in her control.
Another one of those. Leaves the double 10 after missing the opportunities to get the job done.
130.
That would have been some way to do it. And this is the problem with these sort of games. You play mini matches because then she'll be thinking, if I don't get this, Alex have got the throw.
125. Fallon, you
Little
require
scenarios
10.
become so big.
She's missed another opportunity there. Could not
6.
afford to go inside, and the opening is there again
Alex
for Small.
require 93.
Is something incredible unfolding here. Double 7.
Game
It's in.
shot on the 4th leg.
Wow.
Alex Small.
Alex Small dodging bullet after bullet and then firing accurately himself. And now
5th
it
leg,
comes
it's Alex
down
to throw first.
to a one-leg shootout.
Game on.
If Alex Small wins this leg, he goes through. Fallon Sherrock goes out. If Sherrock wins a leg, she's
40.
through. And Small is eliminated.
What a time to have a bounce out. And Sherrock handed an opportunity here.
100.
A little bit by fate there. Alex Small having a dart on the floor.
100.
Big last dart.
She's had her chances, hasn't she? Fallon Sherrock squandered. Match dart after match dart. Qualification dart
46.
after qualification dart. And now it's unfolding in the middle of the leg. In every other leg, she's been in control.
41.
She's given herself the opportunity, but not in this one.
Both players have sense feeling this. It's all just gone a little bit more deliberate.
96. $134.
Brilliant switch in there from Alex Small. It has been a bit of a strength of his this week when he moves down to the 19. He's been moving down there with very good levels of success.
134.
Fallon Sherrock needed to find 2 there and did. It was getting nervy and edgy. They're putting that aside.
130.
This
Fallon
has to
require
go, you feel, the way Alex
125.
Small is taking these out. He's yet to miss a dart at a double in this match. He should be getting
65
2 to win it.
Alex require 56.
Fallon's had her chances. She's missed big chances. Small has his.
Game, shot,
and he
and the
takes
match.
his. And he
Alex
turns it
Small.
around in the end. Fallon Sherrock bids farewell to week 6 at the Super Series. Missed bucket loads of darts to qualify there. As you can see, a 95.88 average. Played well. Take away just a few of those missed darts at double. And she would have breezed through the ton-topping average. Instead, the perfect record on the outer ring got Alex Small through. He needed to win 4-1. He won 4-1, and Small sees off Sherrock to reach the semi-finals.
Series. $180.
Kelling, and board 2, Kelling Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Fallon Sherrock was eliminated from the competition, losing out 4-1 to Alex Small. Alex Small, who, when he needed doubles big time, got the doubles big time. 4 out of 4. Fallon Sherrock had more than many opportunities to seal her way into the semi-finals and just came unstuck in the end.
It was that one leg for me that really turned and defined the match there when Fallon Sherrock had lots of opportunities. Alex Small was back on 286 when Fallon Sherrock was on a 2-darter of 61. It looked all wrapped up at that point. Alex Small landed a treble for 14 darts in that leg, and you think he's never going to be able to turn this around. It needed a lot of mistakes from Fallon, and it came. Not just in that leg, but it kept coming as well, and she was royally punished.
7 darts all told to qualify through to the semi-finals, and when you consider the week that she's had as well here, obviously inside the sport, outside the sport as well, would it feel like not a nice note to end on, in the fact that it would have been the perfect ending, wouldn't it, this week? She could have picked up the prize.
She would have rather have gone into that game, played really poorly, and sort of threw it away. And it just not really ever be there. The worst thing you can do is be in that situation where you've had the chance, you've got the darts in your hand. I can speak from experience. I was on that stage about 6 weeks ago, had 3 darts to make it to the final, and I walked off absolutely gutted, because you've had the opportunity, you've done the hard work, you've given yourself the chance. At any point, if as a dart player, if you can come to the board with 3 darts in your hand to win the match, and you don't, it's on you.
So you're saying there's a correlation between Group B winners and finals night then, in that case?
Seems to be that way, doesn't it? The missed opportunities. Maybe there's a curse of Group B.
Most possibly. Well, Fallon Sherrock's had a fantastic week this week, though, both on and off the hockey, despite tonight's exploits, because yesterday she was given an MBE, or was part of the King's Birthday Honours list, given an MBE for her services to the sport of darts. The news broke just as we came on air yesterday. And last night, Fallon caught up with Chris Murphy to talk about, well, an achievement which just extends the boundaries of the sport.
Well, I'm here with Fallon Sherrock, and it's an incredibly special moment. Fallon, you've been awarded the MBE for services to darts. What's your initial reaction when you found out about that?
I was a bit shocked, because obviously you only hear about, you know, the great inspirational people in darts that have already got them, you know, like Eric and Trina and all that. So obviously I was a bit of a shock. I was like, oh my God, but I still think now that I haven't realised the impact that I've actually had. And I think now getting the MBE, I can go back, you know, and look at everything and go, actually, it's hit me how much I've helped the sport.
It all started from that moment at Alexandra Palace. You'll be going to Buckingham Palace now, something that you probably never thought you'd do, right? But how much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, no, never thought I'd be going to Buckingham Palace. You know, I've been to London a few times, and obviously, like, you've been outside of it, you've had a look and stuff like that. But yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm a bit nervous, because I'm like, what do I do in that kind of situation? But I'm sure, you know, if I just relax and just kind of go and just enjoy the experience.
You talked about the impact you've had in darts. That's what the award is for, services to darts, an MBE for that. how aware are you, and what kind of sort of messages have you had over time about what that run at Alexandra Palace and your subsequent success has done for the game?
Yeah, no, I've had so many messages that say that I've inspired people and stuff, not only to take up darts, but like other sports and stuff where they didn't think they were good enough. So, it's been a roller coaster of like messages and stuff like that, but there's more good now than what there has been others. And yeah, no, it's just, I'm still a bit in shock and I'm honoured by it all, and, I'm really excited.
And also getting women more involved in darts now. A lot of people think, for example, if you hadn't done what you'd done, there might not be a women's series as soon as there was in the PDC. How important is it for you that actually young women and girls are taking up the sport?
No, yeah, it's very important in the sport in general, because, the more women and young girls that play, the more we're going to get out of the game, we're going to get more sponsorships, we're going to get more opportunities and stuff like this. And, hopefully with this has happened, getting an MBE, it might inspire other people to go, oh, hang on a minute, like I've never heard of darts, I might want to take it on, and, we might see other women come across and be really good.
That attitude is exactly why Fallon Sherrock's been awarded the MBE. Started off as the Queen of the Palace, and now she's heading to the Palace. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Fallon Sherrock there speaking to Chris Murphy, who's down in the commentary box. Chris, you've followed a lot of Fallon's careers, obviously her successes at the World Championships, and even before that when she won the BDO World Trophy in Preston. What sort of award is this, first of all, to the sport of darts?
Yeah, absolutely massive, Henry. Not many darts players have been awarded the MBE. The late Eric Bristow, John Lowe, Trina Gulliver, of course, who we've seen here at the Super Series. But this award, the service of the sport of darts, for me, is about the impact that Fallon Sherrock has made on this sport. Now, she turned up to the Ali Pali having qualified. That was before the women's series existed, remember. This was qualifiers for a couple of women to play in the World Championship. She won that match against Ted Everts, and everything changed. The whole landscape of the sport changed. Global media were frantically trying to get Fallon for interviews, and it just went nuts. And all of the hype has been a response. That was all at the behest of newspaper editors, TV editors wanting Fallon. And the reason that she's gone on to be so famous and has just had this widespread impact on the sport is because of what happened that day and other things she's done since, reaching a final of a PDC World Series event, the quarterfinals of the Grand Slam of Darts, first woman to hit a 9-darter in the PDC. All of these things inspire people to watch the sport and take up the sport.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? When it comes to the terminology services to the sport of darts, when you look at, obviously, footballers, sometimes the services to football is actually beyond what they've done on the pitch. And it's kind of similar to Fallon Sherrock. What she's done has been fantastic for the sport. But I suppose it's the legacy and the impact that she's going to leave behind for many generations to come, which is part of the reason why she's been given the awards.
Absolutely. She's a trailblazer, and that's what these awards are all about. Look, many, many players have won many, many more titles than Fallon Sherrock and have won bigger things than Fallon Sherrock, but none of them got that global reach, that big explosion, and opened up new markets for darts, whether it be with women, whether it be in different parts of the world. People wanted her in their tournaments, they wanted her in their newspapers, they wanted her on their TV programmes, and exactly right, Henry, that is what it's all about. Fallon Sherrock's impact is a legacy that's unrivaled in this game.
Well, Chris, thank you very much for now. Matthew Edgar alongside me up here on the balcony. Now, when Billie Jean King gets involved and tweets about something that happens, she's got the kind of respect across all forms of society for people to stand up and take notice. So when someone like that is talking about the achievements of Fallon Sherrock, it takes a sport to another Richter scale, doesn't it?
There's certain things that happen within our sport that kind of frustrate me a little bit as someone who's been involved in sport my entire life. And that is the lack of recognition the sport gets in the mainstream, so to speak. And this MBE and others that have got it before, it really does help move the sport forward. When we look at where I would like the sport, it frustrates me we never see dart players in the Sports Personality of the Year awards. Maybe that is the next step that we could be looking, and maybe this is something that could open that door to start seeing players coming forward for those big sort of national mainstream media awards.
Because I suppose within the sport there's a preconception that a lot of the general public, a lot of the newspapers, things like their full concentration, their full focus is usually at Alexandra Palace when it comes to the World Championship. But you look at some of the things Fallon Sherrock has done. She's appeared on Sport Relief programs. She's appeared on other TV programs such as things that are part of everyone's day-to-day lives. It extends what, for a lot of people, is a 2-week window for the sport into something which is more generalised within the structures of society.
Yeah, exactly. There's two different sort of media worlds, isn't it? It's like that mainstream media with the things you're saying about the channels and the programmes that she's been on with some of the sort of A-list stars at times that she's been appearing on these shows with. And then when you look at sort of what is within darts, she's had successes within the sport of darts, and she's done things within the sport of darts, but that only goes so far. And if we are going to go on the roads we are, where I would like to see a dart player every single year in the running for that Sports Personality of the Year award, dart players work extremely hard, make a lot of sacrifice, week in, week out, and I'd like to see that start getting rewarded in the mainstream.
And that is certainly something that Fallon Sherrock has done, and a well-deserved honour, the MBE, for her services to the sport of darts. So, back to tonight's action here at the Super Series. This is what we've seen so far tonight. We're at the culmination of the pool stage matches. Jim Long kicked things off. He got the better of Jamie Kelling by 4-0. Kelling was then eliminated by loser Scott Taylor by 4-2. Taylor Long in the last game shooter, so you got top spot. It was Scott who put in probably the performance of the night there to win 4-1. As far as Group 2 is concerned, well, it all went on the left-hand side of the draw bracket. Fallon Sherrock getting the better of Bay Van Peer by 4-2. And then Bay Van Peer winning that second game against Alex Small 4-1. Alec had to beat Fallon by that 4-1 scoreline. He did exactly that, and that sealed his place through. Right, let's talk about Scott Taylor, because it feels like when it comes to finals night, he puts down markers. We're going to see some of his highlights here. Again, when it comes to finals night, he finds a way.
Scott Taylor said in the interview today, in between matches, when he was chatting with Chris Murphy, he says, if I play my game, I win. I get that. It's very relatable. A lot of players actually believe that when their A game turns up, they're going to win. He went into that game with Jim Long. He knew the things we were saying. He says, write me off all you want. He knows what we've been doing. He knows, because he'd have watched these back, that we've been sort of talking and hyping up the chances of Jim Long, but at the same aspect, we've been very aware that Scott Taylor's not been at the very heights of the powers, and he's sort of relied on a couple of opportunities to present themselves rather than ones that he's carved out for himself. It hasn't knocked his confidence. He firmly believes he's going to win this, and then he went and put in that incredible performance and almost just said to us, is this your favourite? Really, have a bit of that.
As for Jim Long, I just get the feeling he is enjoying every single second of his feet. He came up here on the balcony. He had just lost his game to Scott Taylor, but do you know what? He was so glass half full.
He is a guy that just loves darts. You can see it. You can see how he enjoys the game. He's probably played it most of his life. He's really embracing it. He says he watches this. He gets up at 4:30 in the morning to sit and watch this. So being in part of this is just something amazing for him. I bumped into him in the supermarket the other day, and I let him know there was a dart shop down the road. I've never seen someone so excited in my life. I thought I just told a child that there's a toy shop over the road, and they was going straight off down there. He was so excited to know there was a dart shop down the road. Probably spent all his winnings already going down there, buying new products. And he's just a guy that just genuinely loves the sport, and he's really embracing the experience.
Barry Van Peer, I feel like, again, we spoke about it up here on the balcony a little while ago. Has he just got to now into a semi-final? He's been in this scenario so many times this year. He's won tournaments like the Dutch Open, which is probably the hardest Open to win, in front of 5,000 people, big prize money. He's won Challenge Tours this year. This is the Barry Van Peer zone, isn't it, at this point of the night?
We have a habit of when we look at winners or champions, we think that it's all been clear sailing. Not many people are going to win a title without being in a position where they've had a match start against them, or a performance where they've got away with something, or where they haven't played their best. Barry Van Peer, you see from the reactions that he's giving at the end of winning legs, he is not happy with his game in terms of being able to put his A game forward and be at his brilliant best. Has he had to be? He's in the semi-final. He's doing what he needs to do, and that's beating the man in front of him. The only people that are talking about stats and averages are us. It certainly won't be his bank manager if he walks in there with that big check.
As a famous man once said, doing the right things at the right time. Well, we are going to make our way onto the stage now, aren't we, for the beginning of the 10 o'clock programme, where our semi-finals are going to begin here on Sporty Stuff TV. But between now and then, for you joining us on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, we are going to be showing you the finale of last week's final. It sees Shane McGurk in action up against Steve West. West, who made it through to Champions Week back in Series 3, is looking to do exactly the same in Series 4. He was up against Shane McGurk, who was having a fantastic week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So the finale was set. The scene was set. And this was how the final panned out in Week 5, with commentary from Phil Bars and myself. Where he feels he belongs.
Game on.
Something he feels he should win, that he wants to win, that is high up on his priority list. McGurk needs to win the lot.
Steve West averaging 104, back-to-back legs, 11 and 13. He's turning the screw right now.
And here is us worrying about a potential slow start in this game from Steve West. He's seeing the finishing line in front of him. He's
100.
making a run towards it.
But McGurk will want to make him serve it out. Don't hand it to him on a plate.
100.
How he would pray for at least a 140 about now, Shane McGurk.
53.
Has that just opened the door to let Steve West in?
$134.
It's still advantage McGurk because he's got the darts. Needs another.
98.
All about the setup for Steve. McGurk's going to have to take this out.
136.
This 110 is going to have
Change
to go.
require 110.
This is a match-saving 110. And he's going to get a dart at tops to save it.
70.
And it goes begging.
And so
Steve require 48.
he knows what this position is like. And Steve West has tops. Double 10.
38.
And 2 championship points have come and gone.
Shane, you require 40.
We saw in his first match when he missed a couple of match darts, it affected him. If McGurk can pin this, will history repeat itself?
35.
And so Steve West
require 10.
comes back for more match darts.
Game,
And
shots,
Steve West,
and the match, and the MODUS Super Series Week 5
his way
champion,
back to Champions Week.
Steve West.
West returns to the top table of the Super Series. He's a qualification week winner once more.
The Week 5 winner, ladies and gentlemen, Steve West.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Kelling, and board 2, Kelling Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
A very good evening and welcome to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where, as you can see, it is loud and electric here on the South Coast tonight as the MODUS Super Series Week 6 finals are in full swing now. We are down to the final four, the semi-final stages of our action here in Hampshire, and here is the best of the action so far.
I was just looking at him and a smile like the Grinch just slowly appeared across his face.
Game shot on the third
Silky
leg.
smooth stuff this from Jim Long. And Kelling is in danger here.
68.
Jim Long hasn't missed a dart at double in this game. 3 out of 3. He's going to get one more for a flawless finishing display.
Game,
in it
shots,
goes. 4
and the
out
match,
of 4.
Jim
4-0.
Long.
And Jim Long is off the mark in the most emphatic fashion. But it won't matter if Berry breaks here. Did have a game last night where he could not hit a double for love nor money. He's 1 out of 1. He's missed. He misses again. And
No
Fallon
score.
Sherrock will get the opportunity.
Fallon, you
That was
require
a problem
36.
for Van Peer last night. When he had 3 in hand at doubles, he was missing a little bit too frequently.
Game shot on the third leg.
And Sherrock
Fallon Sherrock
takes advantage. 2-1.
7.
74.
That could not have got any closer. If we took one of these
Berry
sheets of paper, I don't think we could have got
32.
that between the dart and the wire.
Yeah, that was close, and the expression etched on Fallon's face suggests she knew it. Now she's hoping Berry does what he did in the previous leg and misses 3 clear at a double. There's one of her wishes. There is a second one granted.
Game
But the
shot on
genie
the
goes
fourth
back in
leg.
the bottle.
Berry Van Peer.
And Berry Van Peer levels up this match at 2 apiece.
Didn't want to come inside there. He's not got an opportunity.
score.
Fallon Sherrock.
Fallon, you require 76.
76. This is for the match.
Game
And
shot.
the match is
and
won
the match.
by
Fallon
Fallon
Sherrock.
Sherrock. She beats Berry Van Peer 4-2.
You might not get a shot. This
Game
is for an
shot on
11
the second
darter, Scott
leg.
Taylor.
Scott Taylor.
When you're throwing an 11 darter with the darts, well, there's nothing you can do about that.
Third
other than
leg is Jamie
perfection.
to throw. You require 76.
To stay in it. This time he's just trying to compose himself. And
Game
it
shot
works
on
a
the
treat,
fifth
and we get a
leg.
little bit
Jamie
of
Kelly.
a roar, I would say, of relief there from Jamie Kelling. He's clinging on to the cliff edge.
88.
Maybe if he gets another chance, he'll split with the first, but will he get another chance? It's 18 for the bullseye.
Game
Scott Taylor
shot and the match.
to kill off Kelling
Scott Taylor.
and take himself through to the semi-finals at the Super Series once again.
Work out why this Berry Van Peer, the version we're seeing here this week, isn't the version we saw last time.
58.
The version we've seen all
Alex
season.
requires 70.
Winning the Dutch Open and various Challenge Tour titles, 4 in total.
Game shot on the second leg. Alex
I
Small.
think he told us the answer, didn't he? He said he hasn't prepared the same. He's not been doing the things he was doing.
4-2 by Fallon Sherrock in his opener this evening.
Game
But Berry
shot
bounces back
and the match.
and
Berry
sees
Van
off Small
Peer.
with a big win, 4-1. So emphatic, in fact.
So
Scott,
his
you
face might have
require
lit up because maybe he thinks
150.
Andy Bolton's watching, and he liked the fact that you just reminded him of it. Double 15.
Game shot on the
What a
fourth leg.
fantastic finish there
Scott
from
Taylor.
Scott Taylor. He said, write me off at your peril. He said, if I play well, I win. I'll not find it. So he's got to set up and hope that
93.
Scott Taylor's going
Scott,
to
you
do
require
what people have
40.
been doing with him.
Game shot
And that
and the match.
is exactly
Scott
what
Taylor.
he does. Taylor takes Jim Long apart in that one. A 4-1 success to top Group 1.
Game shot on the second leg.
Doesn't need any
Fallon
more than
Sherrock.
2. That is the one leg that Alex Small is able to lose. That life has gone.
She's missed another opportunity there. Could
6.
not afford to go inside, and the opening is there again
Alex
for Small.
required 93.
Is something incredible unfolding here. Double 7.
Game
It's in.
shot on the fourth leg.
Wow.
Alex Small.
Alex Small dodging bullet after bullet.
Alex required 56.
Fallon's had her chances. She's missed big chances. Small has his.
Game shot
and he
and the
takes
match.
his. And he
Alex
turns
Small.
it around in the air.
So that is the best of the action from the opening portion of our session. That's been watched with Matthew Edgar in the commentary box. We can have a look at the results that we have seen so far this evening from our two groups. And it kicked off with a fantastic victory for Jim Long, 4-0 against Jamie Kelling.
He really set the tone, didn't he, for the evening? Jim Long was someone I predicted sort of all week, and he really hit the ground running. 4-0 victory over Jamie Kelling, who just didn't really produce tonight. It wasn't really his night, and sometimes you get up here, it doesn't happen, and the second it starts going wrong, it just implodes. You don't have a lot of time to put it right on these nights, and he just didn't have the time to pull it together. He started playing well towards the back end, but the damage was already done.
The statement performance of the night came from Scott Taylor, didn't it? That 4-1 victory against Jim Long.
He backed up his words. Scott Taylor said in an interview with Chris Murphy in the interview room, he says, I'm the man to beat. He goes, if I play my best stuff, I win. We've seen his best stuff. He's won a week here before. He had that massive average in beating Andy Bolton when he won. And we know he's capable of backing up that statement, and he certainly did in beating the favourite Jim Long.
As far as Group 2 is concerned, Fallon Sherrock eliminated from it. And Alex Small, when he needed a big performance and he needed to put something out of the mire, he did exactly that.
It was a game of two stories. It was a game where, first of all, we'll pick Fallon Sherrock, should I say. When we look at what she did, she missed the opportunity. She did all the hard work. She won the scoring phase. She just kept missing match start after match start. That being said, Alex Small didn't miss a dart, and he hit all the important shots. The one that really draws my attention is that 93 finish. He went the bullseye route to try and be safe. He managed hitting the treble and then wrapped it up on that 7-7. I think at that moment, I realised he was in this to win.
So let's see how that breaks down in terms of the two tables that we have seen so far this season. So Group 1 saw Scott Taylor and Jim Long qualify. Group 2, Bay Van Peer and Alex Small. So that sets in motion our semi-finals. And in fact, what we should say is there's only one player now left tonight who is unbeaten. That man is Scott Taylor.
He reckons he's the man. He proved it in that next game. And I've actually just seen Scott as I was coming up onto here, and he has got so much focus on his face. He is engaging with nobody. We see different players do it different ways. Some of the players are sat down just having a chat on the table. Scott Taylor is game face on, and he is practicing with a serious amount of intensity. He believes he can win this again.
So that is how the group stage finished. These are the semi-finals that we are going to see between now and around about 11 o'clock, and then the final will immediately follow on Sporty Stuff TV. It is going to see Scott Taylor take on Alex Small. That's going to be the first of our semi-finals, and then the second semi-final, Barry Van Peer against Jim Long, has the potential makings of an absolute Super Series classic.
Neither of those two players would have wanted this in the semi-final. They probably was looking at this thinking, we hope to avoid each other till we get to the final stage, and you can't blame them. We've got a man who's in some of the best form in darts over the last couple of weeks for what he did over in New York, beating the world #1 Michael Smith and the reigning world champion Michael Smith. Had a good game against Michael van Gerwen, won a seniors tour event, won Group A, playing some fantastic stuff against the man of 2023. I can't think of too many people who I'd say are better than Barry Van Peer, who do not have a tour card in 2023. I could put some on a short list, but I wouldn't like to say they're better than. So we've got the form man of the year taking on the form man of the last couple of weeks.
Now, usually I would say in the scenario, someone like Jim Long, would he maybe have a target on his back? But you look at the way that he's just taken this week. He's taken every single step in his stride. He's enjoying every single second of this.
I think he enjoys anything when he's around darts. He absolutely loves the sport. He lives and breathes it. He mentioned about getting up at 4:30 in the morning so that he can get up to watch this. So he's probably quite in awe of this. He's probably loving being here and being a part of something that he watches on a regular basis. And he said he's been getting a lot of support from home, a lot of messages coming through, congratulating him. But it's all right being congratulated for doing a lap well, but you want to win that last lap. You want to be congratulated because you are the champion.
Our first semi-final is about to get underway. Scott Taylor up against Alex Small. Alec played that last game against Fallon, but because of the intricacies of Saturday night, I suppose he's had a little bit of time just to go back. Is it a case of just maybe calming down for 5 minutes, just maybe take a little bit of time out, and then getting back ready and to get back in the well?
For someone like Alex Small, who plays on a lot of emotion, a lot of feel, we know at the pace he plays the game. He plays it very quick. Now, with that, I think Alex Small doesn't want to go back and try and chill out, because what he'll do is he'll come from this really, really big high to a really big low, then he's got to try and find it again. If that happens, what he'll start doing is pulling darts low. He's now just got to run with this till the very end. Just ride that emotion, enjoy it, embrace it, don't try and control it, because that's when things can start going wrong.
Well, we cannot wait for this. It's the first semi-final here at the MODUS Super Series. It sees Scott Taylor, a man who's been there, done it, won it before. He's made it to Champions Week. He takes on the champion of champions in Alex Small. But before we get the action underway, it's time to see some of the best checkouts we've seen in Week 6. This week's top checkouts begins with this 150 from Alex Small. This was to win the match against Joey Ten Burke. Fallon Sherrock nailed a 1-4-1 against Scott Taylor. She came close to completing a 9 herself this week. As for Jim Long, this 1-6-1 was one for the highlights reel as the Canadian coasted his way to Group A glory. There's no finish of more finesse than a big fish. Von Meulenkamp reeling it in on Monday. But have a look at this for recomposure and a re-grip before then firing the bullseye. The bullseye was bedded for Ron the Bomb, whilst for Barry Van Peer, the champagne corks were popping. The first start being a blocker, he moves across and finds an incredible angle to fire in the bullseye. At MSS Darts are the social media handles you need to get in touch with to vote on tonight's checkout of the week. So our first semi-final is just about upon us. It sees Scott Taylor in action up against Alex Small. A place in the final is at stake for one. And in the commentary box, joining Matthew Edgar to describe all of the action, it's a very good evening to Chris Murphy.
Evening, Henry. Evening to all our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and those watching around the world on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And it's Scott Taylor, the man looking for a hat-trick of wins, having won both of his group games, taking on Alex Small, who completed something of a great escape with a 4-1 win against Fallon Sherrock, who missed 7 darts to qualify in that match. Small had been beaten by the same scoreline in his previous match against Barry Van Peer. He will take on Jim Long in the second semi-final, but this first one, a tussle between Taylor and Small.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Officiated by Charlie Corstafine. And Matthew Edgar, I've just been crunching the numbers, just not from this week, just from the first 2 matches, and it's very much Scott Taylor who is
80
expected to be the dominant force in this darts match.
$140.
That's the sound of me screwing up my notes. Because actually, when it comes down to a semi-final, these stats,
100.
these numbers, these averages, everything that's come before, whether it was today, whether it's this week, it's now branded irrelevant. Because a semi-final, you come so close, you've got right to that big money match and the match that could give you that golden ticket to get through to Champions Week. And
140.
none of that stuff really matters. This could be a 75, it could be a 70 average. It's who holds it together. This isn't about
36.
Nerves. Well, averages, should I say. This is all about nerves.
Well, I was going to tell you that Scott Taylor's averaging around the 90 mark for the evening, but Matthew Edgar's just told me that's irrelevant. Alex Small's averaging around 83. It could be irrelevant, but a stat that I think could be relevant, Scott Taylor, decent checkout percentage, 8 out of 21.
43.
Alex
Scott,
Small,
you require 76.
5 out of 7.
This is what I mean when it's all down to who can hold that together
52.
in that bottle. We look at Alex Small's last game when he played Fallon Sherrock. He actually was 6 points down on the averages, but still managed to win that game because that was one game just like this
16.
one. It all comes down to those
Scott,
moments.
you required 24.
Yeah, real off checkouts of 99 and 93 in that brilliant win. Taylor looking at a simple
Game
double
shot
12
on the first leg.
hitting it.
Scott Taylor
to get the first leg in the ledger in the first semi-final.
Second leg, it's Alex to throw first. Game on.
Mentioned to Henry about how the different players are approaching this in different ways.
81.
Alex Small didn't even know he had qualified. He wasn't sure. When I went through, the players was trying to tell him that he'd qualified by that 4-1 victory over Fallon, and he wasn't sure. He
42.
wanted it confirming. And as I went through, he come and stopped me. He goes, Matt, could you just let me know? Am I actually through? I says, yeah.
100.
Fallon needed to win 2 legs to have taken you out. And he was almost like, I'm glad I didn't know that beforehand.
Yeah, we've had players here at the Super Series, not just on finals night, but on some of these
134
finales to the group stages where we've almost had to run down the road and get them back in the building to tell them that they're through.
It
39
happened in a group phase, and I told Matt Clark that he had qualified. He needed a 4-0 success against Colin Monk. It was the same sort of thing. Colin Monk couldn't hit the doubles. And I told Matt Clark,
78
he almost didn't believe me. And then he went on to win it. He actually made the final of the entire series.
59
Incredible. Fine margins. You get those matches where one leg can make all the difference, and then that leg can lead to
134
gold at the end of the rainbow. Taylor is taking great strides here. He knows how to win on this stage on Saturday night.
Scott, you require 113.
Double top.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's fantastic.
Scott Taylor.
It's clinical from Scott Taylor. He's just not allowing Alex Small into this match.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
No, he's going to try and serve this one out. That intensity that I spoke about when I was up on the stage with Henry Deacon not too long ago about Scott Taylor and his practice has transmitted to the stage. And this is what I was saying.
41.
A lot of the time, especially from like a media or a broadcast point of view, we can talk about players going away and trying to chill out for 10 minutes. Sometimes that's not the thing to do because you're riding such a wave of highs and lows.
140.
Scott Taylor now knows he needs to be engaged, and he needs to be engaged here
140.
for about an hour and 15 minutes. If he can do that, he can lift the title again. What he can't do is win this game, go back, have a bit of a jolly and a laugh, and break this focus and concentration. He's found the zone. He's now got to sustain it.
96.
Don't try and dip in and out of concentration at this point.
42.
Scott Taylor opted for the shirt with the blue half on it tonight. He only switches half his shirt. Have you noticed that? The black always stays the same, then it's yellow or red.
96.
You'd have seen the red one when he beat you in the European Darts Match Play 2019.
Yeah, thanks for that.
94. Scott, you require 112.
Can't find the treble this time, but again, it's one-way traffic, isn't it, this match?
56. $58. Scott, you require
what happened
56.
in the Alex Small Fallon Sherrock game, but Scott Taylor's just not giving out the opportunities.
Game shot on the third leg.
Scott Taylor right
now. Scott Taylor.
He's a man on a mission. He knows what the end goal looks like. He knows what he wants
Fourth
to do.
leg, it's Alex to throw
he
first.
wants another crack
Game
at that
on.
Champions Week.
Yeah, won his week in Series 3. That was week 4. We mentioned it when he beat Andy Bolton. He then got to the Champions Week final.
83.
Or the Champions Week finals night, should I say. And actually was beaten in the semi-final by
60.
The eventual winner, Luke Littler. And that was a match between the two players who posted the highest average in their weekly finals. Exactly the same, that 109.
60. $58.
This is going to be the end of the road for Alex Small. It's been another successful week for him down here, not only just qualifying through his group, but also getting out the mini groups on the Saturday. More progress for a player who is going in the right direction in his career. If he can rattle off some of the stuff we know he's capable of doing, we know he can turn this around in just a couple of minutes. The flashes of the darts, he can sort of light into an enigma of big power scoring for spurts of 2 or 3 minutes.
134.
Well, now he wants the same sort of comeback that had an entire match to do, but in this match...
100. Alec require 132.
4 out of 5 legs against Fallon Sherrock. Now he simply has to win 4 out of 4.
60.
And the first part of that
Scott,
equation is
require
relying
95.
on Scott Taylor missing, which would not be a good tactic based on what we've seen so far. Another in that bed.
57.
Missed match dart.
Alec requires 72.
The shots he was taking out in that game against Fallon Sherrock when he was only getting 1 dart or a double at the end of a combination. He's got to move across to go around
52.
that one. 52. That might be the last dart
Scott,
he throws this week
38.
in the Super Series.
Double 19
Game, shot,
is found by Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor!
Who is on the march at the MODUS Super Series and through to the final. A big win versus Alex Small, a 4-0 success for Taylor, who was excellent throughout the match, allowing his opponent just 1 dart at double in the entirety of the game. And Scott Taylor has stormed through the semis and into the final. Joining him will be Barry Van Peer or Jim Long. That's coming next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it took Scott Taylor 8 minutes flat to qualify for the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, getting the better of Alex Small 2-0 in devastating circumstances. Watching this one down in the commentary box was Chris Murphy and Matthew Edgar. Matt, just first of all, your assessment of the performance of Scott Taylor there.
I'm going to go one further, and I'm not just going to do the assessment of Scott Taylor in that match. I'm going to do the assessment of Scott Taylor tonight. Scott Taylor tonight has came here with a focus and a determination. Everyone's come here to win it, but he's forcing the issue. He's not coming here and just letting fate take over or hoping that it happens. He's making it happen, and that last performance was mightily impressive.
Chris, you spoke to Scott in the intervening games, and you felt as if that he had a real point to prove this evening.
Yeah, actually, Scott Taylor, for me, I was never really thinking about him as one of the potential winners tonight until that interview, until I spoke to him and saw that confidence that he was exuding in the way that he spoke, in the way that he acted. It was kind of like this was part of his night's work, and he was looking forward to getting the rest of the job done, which is winning the tournament at the end of the evening, and that would be very enjoyable for me in particular, because the man alongside me, Matthew Edgar, has been saying one name all week. That's Jim Long, Jim Long, Jim Long. That's all that's written on this piece of paper. And as you can see, he's had to screw that up.
The notes have been scrumpled up, that is for sure. But as far as Scott Taylor is concerned, going back to that interview, to a certain extent, do you feel maybe not disrespected, but unhappy about the fact that we've been talking about the likes of Bear, been talking about the likes of Fan, talking about the likes of Jim throughout the course of the week. The name of Scott Taylor, maybe with the punters, hasn't been spoken about as much.
I wouldn't say disrespected. I think Scott Taylor just takes things sort of in his stride, and he just wants to let his darts do the talking. Yeah, I know that Jim Long is rightfully the favourite, and I guess Scott Taylor knows that as well. But maybe sort of as a point to prove. But I wouldn't say disrespected. What about you, Matt?
I think Scott Taylor knows darts well enough to know that he hasn't been playing to the levels that he has been in previous weeks, or even when he was on the PDC Pro Tour and he's doing well and he got to the Pro Tour final. He knows darts. He knows he hasn't been at his best, but he also knows that didn't matter. That's why those notes are screwed up, because they're from the previous weeks. And now when we get to this stage, it's all about bottom.
Yeah, and Henry knows what to do on finals night, doesn't he?
And nothing beats a little bit of experience, does it? Well, we've got two experienced campaigners, lads, in the second semi-final. Barry Van Peer up against Jim Long. Played each other, of course, in Group A. As far as Jim is concerned, it just feels like, as I say, he's taken everything in his stride. As for Barry, he's kind of played his chances down, but you can just tell there's a little bit of a devil in the eye.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, he spoke about the fact that he hasn't been playing well this week at all, but you know, still got through on that level, on that B, maybe even C game. So yeah, Barry Van Peer certainly capable of taking the title without playing his best. But I guess I'll let Matt talk about Jim Long, because why change the habit of the rest of the week?
I don't want to oppose him. I'm so impressed with what I've seen with Jim Long this week. He's been consistently brilliant, was the thing I said on Wednesday when he won the group, and I've always said consistency is the key to winning here at the Super Series. So if you can be consistent and brilliant, then surely that's going to be the player. However, he's got his hands full here. If we're going to have a look at what he's got to do to win this evening, he's got to go against Barry Van Peer, who is one of the top players without a tour card, and then he's got to go up against Scott Taylor in the final, who he's already lost to tonight, and a Scott Taylor that is in great form. He's got a long journey ahead of him tonight, no pun intended.
Right, gents, I'll stop interrupting your preparations for the second semi-final. We look forward to hearing their commentaries in just a second, because we are about to get underway. Barry Van Peer in action up against Jim Long. Barry, who made it to this stage last time out when he played at the Super Series. He's looking to make it through to Champions Week for the very first time in his career. He takes on Jim Long, who's basically had the dream debut week. Who is going to make it to the final? Who is going to play Scott Taylor for the jackpot and a place at Champions Week? Let's hand down to the boys in the box again.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it is a real dart duel to salivate over, this one. Barry Van Peer, the in-form player of 2023 outside the PDC Pro Tour. Top of that Challenge Tour order of merit by a country mile. The man who once made the last 16 at the Grand Slam. And recent winner on the seniors too, a gentleman, Jim Long. for success across the Atlantic as well, and looking to have some here. And again, we've talked about a lot how players have portrayed themselves in interviews tonight, and one of those was Jim Long up on the balcony with Henry, having just been beaten 4-1 by Scott Taylor, but not really caring because he knew it wasn't a defeat that stopped him taking the title.
He's just really enjoying it, isn't he? I've spoke a lot
First
this evening
gets
about
Berry to throw first. Game on.
how Jim Long just loves darts. He watches it most days. He plays it most days. He'd play it every day if he could. He wanted to go and have a practice in between sessions, but his missus, who's with him this week, was like, no,
100.
we need to go and look at some sights. We need to go to the museum.
Well, Mrs. Long and Barry Van Peer's partner are actually sitting together in front of the middle table.
45.
Watching the players do action. Now Barry Van Peer's spotted something and he's got rid of that something. Well, at least he's hit something in this semi-final already.
$95.
There are the partners all sort of... Well, they're not really talking to each other, are they?
There was earlier. Now, eyes firmly locked on the stage.
81.
Sometimes it can be worse for the partners as well and the wives and girlfriends of the players because they can't affect anything. And they just sit there going through all the different emotions, and I suppose they don't have to keep it calm. They can just sort of get embroiled with it, where for Jim and Berry, it's got to be
60.
Mind on the task. But he's not started this one as well as he's been starting games all week. And that is why my notes are screwed up, because this is a completely different environment to everything that has come before it.
Yeah, another thing that I spoke about with Barry Van Peer was that experience of just winning this year, winning matches, winning tournaments, and not often
59.
do you play your best
Barry
all the
requires
time
75.
in doing that, and he's got that familiar feeling, and winning, they say, breeds winning.
Game shot on the first leg
of this
Barry Van
semi-final.
Peer.
The player who won the first leg in the previous semi-final went on to win the rest
Second
as
leg,
well.
it's Jim to throw
Scott
first.
Taylor
Game on.
awaits in the decider. And Barry Van Peer is off the mark.
$97.
Taylor, of course, looking to make it back-to-back Champions Week appearances. Following in the footsteps
140.
of Steve West, who did exactly that by winning last week's finals night.
We will know half of the lineup come the end of tonight.
140.
Week 6 means 6 players will be confirmed for the Champions Week.
Yeah, so far America's Danny
100.
Lauby, Reese Robinson got through in week 2. Neil Duff, the WDF World Champion, is there as well. He won week 3. Colin Osborne, the Wizard, about to play his second Champions Week, as is Steve West.
30.
And it will be Taylor, Van Peer, or Long.
$57.
Came down to Portsmouth to try and earn that role. We only have 3 players left. At the end of this, we'll be down to 2.
$60.
A bit more subdued. The atmosphere a bit more tense, this one. Got Taylor look like a man who was just enjoying himself throughout.
100.
To be fair, I've never played a game that I haven't enjoyed where I've won 4-0.
And maybe Van Peer will just start to feel that winning feeling
100.
if he gets this leg in the ledger.
Very
because
required,
this is for a break of
104.
throat. 104. Many, many options. What do you fancy, Berry?
I wouldn't even like to guess.
88. Jim, you require 74.
Was aiming for the double 16. Jim Long might be aiming there if he hits a treble 14, which he does. So gets 2 darts at that target.
Game shot on the second
only
leg.
needs 1.
Jim Long.
He is so good on the doubles. I know I said that the stats
Third leg, it's buried to
the
throw
week now
first.
are irrelevant and it all comes
Game
down to
on.
bottle. But the stat for Group A for Jim Long over 15 games of darts was 49.53% on the doubling. I have never seen any player over that many games have that sort of stat here at the Super Series.
And Pierre's response, though, is to firing a maximum.
140.
Doubling, of course, will secure the dough, but the trebling gets you in that position and, crucially, denies your opponent opportunities.
140.
Vampire has missed one there himself for that 104 checkout. A missed dart to break the throw. Could have been throwing for a 3-0 lead right now.
$96. $57.
Got the feeling that one of those games where both players are going to hold throw quite comfortably, and then it'll come down to a last leg. It'll all come down to one
53.
shot where a player hits a 140.
Jim Long will be hoping to do something akin to that here.
So
something better than that. Is that a wasted 180? Or is it a pressure pilot?
Berry just shaking the arm off, trying to set himself addressing the board. Last time he was here, he went up and hit the double 8 by accident. He would love to hit it on this occasion. And I think that's pretty much the same spot he hit last time when he wanted the double 16. This time he wanted the double 8 and he converts.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Take a
Game on.
2-1 lead. Over to you, Jim. Your turn to try and hold.
And now Howie would like to swap the last visit of the last leg for the first visit of this leg. The 180 countered for nothing.
60. $60. $40. $85.
Jim's been doing this week is change up the colour of the flights. He's opted for the 2 red and 1 white. Tonight he's gone for the 2 white and 1 red.
140.
That is to represent his home nation of Canada. Although the flag is actually 2 red and 1 white stripe.
180.
The maple leaf on there and 3 of those flights on the end of darts in the treble 20. This 180 might count for something.
60. Jim, you require 116.
Secures him 2 visits to take that finish out, which he will need. Could go bull, treble 18 maybe.
51.
Bullseye was the decision.
$65.
It's looking
Jim,
like
you
another
require
comfortable hold to
65.
throw for the man throwing first.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jim Long.
So 2-2. And we did think
Fifth
this
leg,
would
it's
be a
Berry
bit
to
more
throw
of
first.
a fight than the first
Game on.
semi-final. Is he going to go the distance? We haven't had a match that has done that all evening.
$96. $100.
It just feels a little bit tenser. The whole ambience,
100.
and the mood in there has just completely changed.
Well, there's a real difference in pace, and these players, by the way, are not slow players. But Alex Small and Scott Taylor are
60.
Quick and quicker, aren't they? Their semi-final had been completed by now.
160.
2 bullseyes for Barry Van Peer.
I think Jim was just having a good look at the scoreboard there, thinking, what on earth's just happened?
100. Barry, you require
Got a feeling he might be watching that
145.
moment back when he gets back to his accommodation.
87.
Well, Van Peer's going to get a couple of darts, a double of his choice.
140.
Surely double top.
Barry, you require
choice.
58.
He has done some bizarre things this week.
It's 2 darts at tops.
Game shot on
And
the
he is
fifth
now
leg.
just 1 leg
Barry
away
Van
from the
Peer.
final. The man who walked in here on Monday morning as the big favourite.
6th leg, it's Jim to
Could be
throw
making
first.
it to the big
Game
match.
on.
No room for mistakes now for Jim Long. Otherwise, it will be the long walk home
140.
for the Canadian chucker. .140 is a very good opening in a leg. You have to win.
100.
And he's remained unflustered, hasn't he, tonight? We remember
100.
Jamie Kelling at the start of the evening in those first, well, 2 of the first 3 matches he played in, and he was so animated, uncharacteristically as well.
137.
But Long has kept a cool head and still looks like he's keeping that even when his opponent has his foot on his throat.
180.
If anything, I'd say he's playing even better when the chips are down. And just like he's been doing in his Group A campaign, and he did
Jimmy
earlier
require
on,
81.
he's yet to miss a dart or a double. He kept doing this first 3 legs, 1 dart in hand.
Does he go 12 bull? He's found the treble, the bonus of a double on the outer ring, but he does miss that one. And there is a chance that Barry Van Peer can win this semi-final
Barry
here and
require
now.
164.
There is a chance. It's a small chance, but a chance is a chance. He's going to need 2 trebles and the bull. Sets. Addresses the board. Gets the treble. That's not the right treble, though. So Jim Long
59.
will be returning
Jimmy
3 darts in
required
hand
26.
to take us to a deciding leg.
That's the split now. Double 4.
Game
And he
shot on the
gets it,
6th
and
leg.
we do go the distance
Jim
for the
Long.
first time tonight. It's a fiercely fought semi-final showdown. Will it be Berry or will it be Jim Long?
7th and final leg. It's Barry to throw first. Game
That
on.
wins this all-important leg and takes on Scott Taylor in tonight's finale.
Around about 7 minutes ago, I said this is the feel and vibe that it's going to be one of those games that goes 3-3, and then one player's just going to hit a well-timed 140 that's going to separate them. That's what these sort of semi-finals come down to when you got 2
100.
evenly matched players.
And you can see that in the numbers there, not much between them. 3 maximums from Long. He's finishing slightly better, 3 out of 5
100.
compared to 3 out of 7, but both of them in that mid-90s, low to mid-90s average range. Don't care about anything other than getting the win
95.
right now.
$60.
306 is a shot where most players would come downstairs. Jim Long would need 3 trebles to leave a finish. But Van Peer is thinking about this. Another one. And now we go for treble 20.
96.
You feel he needs to fill it. He's done it 3 times already in this match. This would be the most important one. Not just of the game, but of the week.
95.
Just slowed down to a crawl this game as well, hasn't it, into this final leg. We saw Barry Van Peer take his time over the approach in the very first visit. That's a slip. How can he rectify it? Should go bull. Might be 18s. Hasn't made his mind up. He's tried 2 or 3 different
79.
things there before finally throwing the dart. And he gets the bonus of the treble 18.
And that could be disastrous. 83 helps Jim Long in no way.
83.
Barry Van Peer has now
Barry
got
required
6
131
darts to wrap up this 1-3-1. He can do this in 2 approaches. This is purely the setup shot. He wants to hit 91 to leave himself tops.
Starting on the 17th, no, starting on the 19th. The treble would leave him a different double, not tops, but double 18.
57.
But isn't getting there, and the door might still be, well, if not ajar, at least unlocked for Jim Long.
1 treble would be enough to give Jim Long plenty of hope.
91.
And he finds it.
Barry
Nothing between
requires
them all throughout this
74.
match. 2 points between them. 72 for Jim Long if Barry Van Peer can't take out 74. He's giving it the drum roll. Is he thinking too much?
I think so. He's been far too deliberate this entire leg. But he's got a dart. It is 1 dart. It's at tops. It's for the match.
$34.
And it's missed for the match. And
Jimmy
after Jim
requires
Long's
72.
long wait, he now gets his opportunity. Another in there. Leaves him on tops. Opponent has missed the match dart. Long gets 1.
52.
And he's missed as well.
And I just think his rhythm was disturbed there. He dropped the dart in his
Barry
hand and had to
required
reset.
40.
Could be a disappointing way to end there for Jim Long. But it's going to be a long wait, you feel. Barry Van Peer just trying to get settled in the moment. Just trying to control that heart rate.
Game,
And in the
shot,
end,
and the match.
It was worth the wait
Barry Van
for
Peer.
Barry Van Peer, who wins 4-3 in a hard-fought semi-final showdown and progresses to tonight's final, where he will take on Scott Taylor. Jim Long has been a joy to watch all week here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's a glorious defeat, really. Excellent campaign for him, but Barry Van Peer just crosses a line after Long missed a dart to book a place in the final himself. It's Van Peer against Scott Taylor in the final.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And tickets are available for the MODUS Super Series up until the end of Series 4 and going into Series 5 as well. So if you fancy a Saturday night's worth of darts down in Portsmouth, dartshop.tv is the place to be to get your tickets for the Super Series. You may even get a selfie with Matt Edgar. Anyway, let's talk about our semi-finals then, because we'll kick off with the one we've just seen there. Jim Long against Barry Van Peer. Van Peer wins by 4 legs to 3 in a last leg decider, but what did you make? You were saying in commentary that maybe at times it's taking a little bit too long upon the approach of those match-winning doubles?
I mean, the first thing is everything went with throw. No one was able to get the breaks to throw, and that's the advantage that we spoke about in commentary about winning that group. That's where it comes into play. But yeah, it just seemed a little bit too deliberate for me at times. We saw the amount of time it took him to approach the hockey in that last game. What that is that's a sign of the tension and a sign of the nerves. That's why I screwed my notes up at the start of the semi-finals. I said they're irrelevant now because it doesn't matter anymore what's happened in the past or what the averages are. It's about those moments. You can have all the averages in the world. When it comes to having that one dart, Jim Long's been fantastic with one dart in his hand. He's hardly missed it all week, but he missed the one that mattered.
It's amazing what that little thing called pressure can do, isn't it?
It is, and you saw how it affected Barry Van Peer. He was sort of taking over him a little bit. He was trying to control it, and sometimes, if you can't get it under check quickly, you've just got to go with it and just try and embrace it and almost see it as excitement rather than as nerves. It's a great feeling when you get that sort of electricity going through the body and the adrenaline going through. People pay a lot of money to get that feeling. He's getting paid a lot of money to get it.
Most certainly. So that is our semi-finals completed. The final's going to get underway very shortly. But before we do that, it's time for the long-awaited answer as to the checkout of the week.
You require 132.
When your judgment can be clouded in the battle and emotion, but the champagne shots.
Game shot on the third
absolutely majestic from Barry Van Peer. The 1-3-2. And that bullseye was not easy because of the first dart. It was partly blocked.
Barry to throw.
Yeah, that 1-3-2 from Barry Van Peer. You can actually see the first dart there. Because Barry's darts kick up to attention, how much would he have seen of that bullseye with the last dart in hand?
It would actually be quite a lot. He would not have known that was a problem because if he's noticed, he moved right the way across to the right-hand side of the hockey. The way that his darts lie in the board, he'd have been able to move across and open it up and almost use that to throw over the top of. So it was actually quite a good lie when he moved across to open that bed up. We saw famously Raymond van Barneveld in a World Championship final use a similar lie, but what one was flat because his darts he could just float over the top to sit on top. So it was actually a nice dart there from Barry Van Peer, and it wasn't too much of an obscurity. I just think somewhere Ron Muhlenkamp sat watching this tonight going, I took out the biggest one going. I took out the 170 who had 17,000 regrips. Why aren't I the checkout of the week? But it's what you guys want.
A vote is a vote, isn't it, at the end of the day? Right, let's see what's happening next week at the Super Series because we're going to enter week 7 of the process. These are the players that are going to be involved. Our commentary colleague, Scott Mitchell, is going to be a part of what could well be the most heavyweight Group C we have ever seen on paper.
Well, you look, someone's got to come outside of this Group A. We're going to get at least one of those players drop into that Group C. And when you look at some of the people in there, Stefan Belmont, who's won a PDC Challenge Tour before, Andy Bolton, who's been a tour card holder for a very long time, Adam Atkinson, he's been doing very well on the ADC Tour, certainly last year. Bieletsky, we know everything about him, a 9-darter on his UK Open debut, and he had that big run at the UK Open a couple of years ago as well. So really strong Group A, but both groups, Group C and Group B, it's going to be some lineup next week. It's going to be a little bit like this one as the Super Series just continues to get stronger and stronger.
Well, yeah, 2 of those 3 players in Group B have qualified for a Champions Week before. Andy Bolton came close to doing that, losing out to Scott Taylor. And since then, we've seen on the Euro Tour some amazing stuff from the X Factor.
I think he's probably one of those players that I expect to be a tour card holder because of the level of consistency that he's got. You rarely see Andy Bolton play a bad match. Yeah. You're not going to see Andy Bolton go up and throw ton plus averages regularly, but you'll never see him play a bad match, which means in this sort of format where consistency is key, he's going to be competitive to pick up points against anybody that he plays. And sometimes we see people come in when we go, well, they've got a really good game about them, but when we judge them over 15 matches, the drops come in too often, they get caught out. Andy Bolton will not get caught out in this sort of format.
So that is what's coming up next week. The final of week 6 is about to get underway, and the winner of this is going to join an amazing cast list of names at Champions Week come the end of July and the beginning of August. It began back in week 1. It began with Danny Lauby giving that North American representation to Champions Week. Reece Robinson, who said by his own admission, he's got an aura about himself, won week 2. Neil Duff, the Northern Irish star, the WDF World Champion week 3. And then Colin Osborne returned to the Champions Week, as well as Steve West. You look at that lineup, you've got a mix of electricity and experience.
The lineup so far, of course, as well, because we've got an awful lot still to come. I think it's lining up to be one of the best Champions Weeks we've had since the Super Series started. And like I say, it's a good mix, and that's what we want in these. And I don't think we've got the winner yet.
Well, let's see who the winner is going to be of this particular final, because we've whittled our way down to the final 2. Scott Taylor up against Barry Van Peer. Scott's been here before. He's worn the T-shirt, and when he won the final, well, he put in one of the best performances we've ever seen in a final. And I can tell you, some bit of breaking news on the backstage. He has won the bullseye.
I can tell you as well that Scott Taylor believes he's going to do it again. I don't think Barry Van Peer does, but he's very capable of doing so. I think that's the difference here at the moment. We've got different areas of belief, but all of that gets put aside in a moment, because when game on's called, all that matters is not the past, it's over the next sort of 7 legs at a maximum, because that's what's going to decide who takes the big cash prize.
As for Barry Van Peer, he's used to this scenario this year. Finals, trophies being on the line, and the big check on the line.
And normally he wins them. When you get to this point, it's not even experience. It's just down to handling the situation. You're going to get opportunities, just like in that last game. It's handling that. And the main thing he's got to do, I think, is just try not to be too deliberate. The slower he gets, the less it's suiting him. I think he's just got to plough through and do what he has been doing. Trust the process.
Well, Barry Van Peer and Scott Taylor for the magnificent trophy and a place at Champions Week. It is the final of week 6 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Taylor has been there before. He's made Champions Week before. Barry Van Peer looking for a debut appearance in the big money match. So, Matt Yeager is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action in the company of Chris Murphy. Hello again, Chris.
Thank you, Henry. There is the trophy that the two are playing for. Not only that, but a £5,000 first prize and a place at Champions Week. And those two about to tussle for the trophy and the title are the Dutch darter Barry Van Peer and the Bolton barrel thrower Scott Taylor, who has been crushing his opponents tonight. Fantastic evening for him. A 4-2 win over Jamie Kelling, a 4-1 win over Jim Long, and a 4-0 win over Alex Small. If he can carry on this kind of run, then Barry, well, he may disappear very quickly in this final, but he's shown a gritty side to his
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
game
First
this
leg,
week.
it's Scott to throw first.
Van
Game
Peer,
on.
not in the brilliant A+ form that has seen him pick up 5 titles already this year, 4 on the Challenge Tour, along with the Dutch Open wing that sparked it all off earlier in the season. He's had to battle through some sort of, I don't want to say injuries, but
123
feeling in his arm, and the fact that he hasn't had the chance to practice as much as he has earlier this week has kind of
140
been him reigniting and getting back to that run of playing. But it can be a testing full week at the Super Series,
59.
however, a rewarding one if Van Peer is to get over the line in this match.
Yeah, and I'll say it again, none of that stuff really matters now when we look at this one. It's all about the next 10 minutes. These sort of games, it will feel like all or nothing when you get this close.
60.
Especially for Barry Van Peer, who's been here for a whole week. When you put that level of commitment into something,
99.
This close, defeat would feel like going out in the group phase.
171.
By Berry.
Scott, you require 108.
Just tapping Taylor on the shoulder, saying, "I'm here, pal," and that is a disastrous dart. Can't finish. The 9 left,
33.
99.
Berry, you require 88.
He did win the advantage of throwing first by winning the bullseye in the practice room. That could be wiped out straight away.
Game shot on the first leg.
This is the only game
Berry
of the
Van
week where
Peer.
the bullseye comes into play. Other than that, it's all predetermined and decided.
Second leg, it's Berry to throw first. Game on.
But that's the first time I've seen some aggression from Berry Van Peer. And this is what I mean. These finals just feel different. It's all so different. And you can see in the demeanour here, he's going up there for a fight.
They've had a couple of fights already this week, met in Group B on a couple of occasions. Taylor won 4-1.
60.
In their meeting on Thursday before Van Peer got a little bit of revenge with a 4-3 success on Friday.
140.
Was one of the most gripping finishers to any group that we've seen here at the Super Series. We were one result away from all the players finishing on the same amount of points.
145. $61. Berry required 156.
Going to get 6 darts here at the 156. One treble, you feel, would be enough for him in this situation.
64.
That might just open a little bit of the door here for Scott Taylor, certainly to apply more pressure on this shot than it really should have had.
135. Berry required 92.
A similar kind of scenario to the previous leg. Straight for the treble, gets it,
Game
straight
shot
in the
on the
double.
second leg.
And this is
Berry
a stunning
Van Peer.
start from Berry Van Peer. All week, we've been
Third leg,
saying,
it's
and
Scott to
he's
throw
been
first.
saying, that he hasn't found his form. Has he found it?
60.
Right in the money match.
When the chips are down, when it matters the most, the biggest players stand up. Look at the aggression from Berry Van Peer. Where has that been all week?
96.
Well, last time Scott Taylor was here, he got to the final. He averaged 109. Luke Littler did the same. Berry Van Peer
78.
is potentially halfway through this match and is threatening to blow that average out of the water.
41.
You can see Scott Taylor's almost trying to find something. You can see in his demeanour, it's all changed from when he was so cool and collected in the 4-0 victory over Alex Small in the semi-final. This was a leg that Scott Taylor's thrown first in. He's 150 points behind.
140. Berry required
But it's still
158.
massive advantage here to Berry Van Peer.
Certainly an urgency about his performance, isn't there? You mentioned the word
58.
aggression, but
Scott, you require
the speed that he's approaching the
164.
Yorkie at compared to how he ended the semi-final.
You get to a point where you feel like you've
42.
achieved what you set out for the week or a minimum expectancy.
Berry
and then from
required
there,
100.
maybe this was his expectancy to get to this stage, go one better than last time when he reached the semi-final. But he's looking good at the moment, going 2 better, going all the way to
60.
picking up that trophy.
Scott, you require
Tried to go top
122.
tops, played it a little bit safe to make sure he left 40. Taylor needs a treble 18 for a dart at the bullseye. He's not getting it. And the final, maybe getting away
54.
from Taylor here.
Berry required 40.
This for a double break of throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Berry Van Peer.
Scott Taylor is in big, big trouble. Berry Van Peer averaging 100.20, which is an average of 15 darts per leg. If he repeats
leg, it's
that
Berry to
in
throw
this leg,
first.
Scott Taylor
Game
is going to
on.
have to go out in 12, or this is going to be game over.
Taylor hasn't had this kind of thing thrown at him all night.
85.
Maybe even all week. Berry hasn't really produced this kind of thing in most of his matches this week.
51.
But he is closing in.
There's that aggression coming through again.
140.
He is fired up for this one.
He's not caving in. He's not rolling over. But even that might not be enough.
60.
A slight opportunity offered its way to Scott Taylor.
100.
He leaves himself biggest finish on the board to try and get himself back into this final, because it's all been about Berry.
Dutch dominance. 17s if he goes down.
85.
Berry beds the
Scott, you
ball.
require
He's been doing that at
170.
leisure this week as well. Taylor would love to have a dart at the same target. He won't get one, so potential championship winning
58
for Berry Van Peer.
Berry require 131.
He will need to start this combination with a treble. And now he's slowing back down again. He's going back to that type that didn't work out too well. It wasn't the most successful for him, but it might be on this occasion.
115. Scott, you require 112.
Second dart there. Taylor, though, could take this out. Gives himself a go at tops.
Game
Credit
shot
to
on the
Scott Taylor.
foreplay.
Stays
Scott
in the
Taylor.
fight with a ton-topping checkout of his own. That was the first dart at double he'd had in this final. And he showed some real
Fifth leg,
bottle
it's Scott
to hit
throw
it.
first. Game on. $100.
And I wonder how that's going to affect Berry Van Peer as well, because we were saying it's all been about Berry Van Peer, which it has.
100.
And then Scott Taylor hits that big finish, and that was at a point that Berry Van Peer started to slow down the pace again.
134.
Showing us visual confirmation that he is feeling the heat here.
95.
In the scoring phase of his game. Still finding a treble a throw, but Scott Taylor is turning this up.
180.
Hold on to your hats. This has just got a little exciting, a little interesting.
96. Scott, you require 87.
It was only going one way, but suddenly Scott Taylor is in this tight.
47.
He can afford to miss. Now the table's turning. Now the table's already turned.
123. Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg. Scott Taylor.
They are turning. You feel that this is the leg for Berry Van Peer. He
Sixth
will
leg,
be
it's Berry
throwing
to throw first. Game on.
But Scott Taylor is on a charge.
Yeah, very, very good final this. The players
100.
producing in the big match. Berry Van Peer still averaging over a ton. Taylor's taken his figures north of 90, a couple of maximums.
58.
But Van Peer knows he can get it done. Little room to manoeuvre.
131.
Just when it was starting to go right for Scott Taylor, it's now beginning to go wrong. You feel he's got to fill this. The facial reaction suggests he thought the same as well. Still big advantage to Berry.
27.
Well, it was.
Should come downstairs here, really, Scott Taylor. Start on the 19s. And he's not going to get very
80.
close to a finish, but he is slightly ahead of Van Peer. This leg is still in the balance. A big exchange coming up here with his next 6 darts.
2 low darts.
93.
What a fantastic cover shot that was from Berry Van Peer. The low dart's a sign of the tension. Then he switches over and finds
90.
Just like Scott
Berry
Taylor
require
has, a
150.
big switching treble.
Can he win it with a big finish? Don't be tempted by the bullseye, Berry. But he wasn't, but he needs to find a treble, you would say.
52. Scott, you
He's left a
require
really dodgy outshot there, in
136.
my mind.
The angle them darts was landing in the board as well would be a concern for me.
42.
Clearly not getting the release right. I think he might take a bit of time over this one because the release on that last visit was all off.
Very required 98.
A bit of late night drama here at the Modus Super Series. Barry Van Peer has the match at his mercy. 98 to book his place at Champions Week. Treble 18, or he could go for a double. He doesn't get the treble, so Scott Taylor
78.
will get the
Scott, you
opportunity
require 94.
to force a decider. Treble 19 needed. Double 18.
58.
Well, the big crescendo, the big build-up from Barry Van Peer.
Barry required 20.
Taylor not looking. Van Peer not throwing. So much tension. He tries to wait until everything in his mind and his arm is present and correct. Double 10 to win the final.
Game, shots,
and it's brilliant.
And the match,
Barry
and the Modus
Van
Super
Peer,
Series, Week 6 champion.
At the Super
Barry
Series.
Van Peer.
He takes out Taylor in tonight's final, wins the £5,000 first prize, and the Dutchman books his place at Champions Week. Getting an applause from our audience here at the Super Series, a 95.7 average, but it was a checking out that did it for the Dutchman in the decider. 80%, 4 out of 5 on the doubles. He was the favourite, the man to beat coming into the week, but he has had his own little journey, hasn't played his best stuff, did for most of that final. Scott Taylor denied a second successive finals night win in terms of qualifying for Champions Week. He won't be there, but Barry Van Peer certainly will. Great display from the Dutchman, and another title to his name. That's now 6 this year, if you look at the roll of honour for him in 2023. He won the Dutch Open at the start of the year. He's picked up 4 PDC Challenge Tour titles, and now he's sealed success here at the Super Series. And it's time now to hand over to the presentation with Charlie Korstefin.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our presentation. He's through to Champions Week, and he is the Modus Super Series Week 6 champion, Barry Van Peer.
Yeah, many congratulations. Winner of Week 6. We'll just have a quick chat on stage. If I just turn you around into that camera there. Many congratulations. Just over here, if that's okay, Barry. Many congratulations. You're into Champions Week. Well done. What's your initial reaction?
I have no idea, actually. Like, I at the end, I was finally feeling at myself a little. After the whole week of struggling, really. It's so hot up here, and I was like, just having my muscles are just tired after a week. But at the end, I was like, just one leg, like just take it at a time, and I got there in the end. So I'm really happy.
Was it a little bit like a marathon runner at the end of a marathon where they kind of hit the wall, but you just know mentally you're at this final stage, you're at that final push, you just got to try and get over the line?
Yeah, well, I was actually in the final. I was like 3-0 up. I was like, I'll take this any day. Like, I'm actually finally feeling good, and I'm actually throwing well. It just didn't want to go at the end. And I was like, just one good leg, and you're there. And he actually started like hitting every treble. I was like, here we go again. Like, I know this feeling. Like, he's gonna hit everything for the next 3 legs, and we're going for a 3-all. But I was so happy. Like, I left 98, and I hit tops at the last hour. I was like, oh, that's going out of the board. And I was happy there was a tops. I was like, double 10 has been good for me this week, so I'm happy to actually get it. A little surprising, though.
Just talk me through as well, because you started really slowing down at the back end of that semi-final. Was that tension? Was that the heat?
A little of both, because I don't know. I just like having problems with my muscles, or with my arm last 3 days really. So I'm trying to get it loose, but it just won't get loose. But at the end, I was like, I finally felt a little smooth at the end. So I was like, every the match in the semifinals, like come on, just freaking throw. And I was getting frustrated at myself. And in the final, I actually played very smoothly. And at the end, I could just feel my muscle in my back and in my arm, like, that's not good. But I got physio next week, so I might be fine after that.
And you get to do that with 5K in the bank. And what you've done now, Berry, is you look at 2023. You win the Dutch Open, massive event, big crowd, big prestige. You're top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. You won a fair few of those events. Now weekly winner here at the Super Series. You've achieved so much in your career. But do you feel like this year is your best year to date?
I would say definitely this might be my best year. I can't believe what I've actually done this year. Like, the Dutch Open is the biggest singles event in the world. Well, it's the toughest to win apart from the BDC World Championship, I would say. Like, from the floor to the stage, you just have to be good all the time. You never know what to expect. And winning Challenge Tours, like, I've done it before. I won one before, and I've been winning this year like 4 of them. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just cruising and I'm loving it. But this year it definitely has to be the best. And winning this week, I'm surprising myself, because I really had a tough week, and I really had a little bit of doubt of if I would actually qualify for this night. And then I actually did. And I was like, okay, we'll just take it one game at a time, and qualified and won.
Where did those doubts stem from in your mind?
The doubts, well, it's just my muscles are really working against me, and I honestly haven't really practiced that much lately because of moving, and I'm working a lot. It's very busy at work, so I'm having to either practice or relax a little, and my body needs rest, and it's really hard to work all the time and actually practice, and your body is just going to be empty. So I just chose to relax instead of practice. So normally I practice a lot, and I just didn't do it as much as I did before, so it's like a little like I got back in the rhythm during the week, honestly, but it's really tough. I'm a practice guy, so I need practice or to play good, or if I don't, I'm terrible.
You certainly did that in the end. Matt, what would be your assessment on Berry's week as a whole?
I don't think I'm going to disagree with what Berry said. I felt the same thing. I think when we looked at the lineup, Berry was my pick. I thought Berry's going to be the man to win this week. But as the week went on, I started to believe it less and less, as I think you did as well, when we look at sort of your demeanour and how you were sort of approaching the day. But when we got to the semi-final stage, I mentioned on commentary that I screwed my notes up at that point, because that's the point where it doesn't matter how you played Monday or Tuesday. It matters about that moment. And you're a guy who knows how to win titles. You've been winning them all year, and winning just breeds further winning. And when you got to that moment and you was in the semi-finals and certainly the final, that was your best performance of the week.
Definitely was. I was training Jim, and me and Jim have been hanging out all week. It's a fantastic guy, and I was like, he's been scoring so consistent against me, and I was like, oh, just hit those trebles, like score better than him. And I was so lucky that he actually missed the 72, because I was like, I was 74 and I missed. I was like, damn it, like I took so much time to get that tops, and I was like, annoyed at myself. I was like, if I just get one more chance, I'll get it. And luckily I got it, and I didn't mind about like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I was like, today is the day. You're actually qualified. So you just have to take it day by day. But I got so lucky at the end. I was like, frick, like, oh, just get that double and get into the final. Because last time we lost the semi-final, I was a little annoyed myself, like missing doubles. And this time I didn't really do that. But I improved during the week, I feel. Like, match practice really helps a lot. If you don't practice a lot, you just play here and you're turning into a monster again, maybe.
And just finally, Champions Week coming up then at the end of July, beginning of August for yourself. What's going to be the turnover then between now and then?
Well, like I said, I didn't practice a lot, so I'll be practicing a real lot. Like, you won't get me off the practice board the next few weeks. But I got some tournaments in between. I think I might actually be playing some pro tours. I got some other stuff locally to do, maybe. So I might just be at dartboard every single day and improve my game and hopefully play well. It's going to be a very tough week because everyone has one a week. I've never been there, but we'll see.
Well, we look forward to seeing that. Many, many congratulations on your exploits this week. Matt, thank you for your company this week. We'll see you at the back end of next week. But that is it for our coverage here on Sporty Stuff TV. Just a reminder, we're going to be back Monday morning, 9:30 for the beginning of week 7. And we do have do we have a cast list for you, which is going to be headlined by the X Factor. But as far as the X Factor tonight is concerned, well, Bay Vampire, Bionic was supersonic. We're off for Gin and Tonic. Bye-bye.